Welcome. You've got 10. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to episode 31, the delayed, late, and potentially homosexual. Ken is here finally for a hopefully full stream. I don't have to bow out at any time. They've been having to manage a couple extra things today, but it should be good. I don't think it should have too much of an impact. So let's have some fun with this today. A very controversial topic, to say the least. If you have any experience or exposure to it, or have ever heard of it, a force that caused a massive, I don't want to say the word, level of stress across multiple years and spanned across 2 different decades, effectively. All started from a simple, I say simple like it's picking up milk, which my dad's supposed to be back with milk. It's only been like 25 years. He'll be back, I promise. Say, that is Ken. You were looking at Ken-ish. So welcome to Ken. That is a face of Ken Jennings. Distorted through a machine algorithm to give you a representation-ish of my face. Yeah, it's powdered milk by now, right? He probably thought it was cocaine on the way home and snorted it at this point. But whatever. No, actually, my dad's not like that. So, but the joke still I find funny. But no, that is a picture of my face that was run through a machine learning algorithm to give a obscured but somewhat representation of my face. It's probably aged a little bit more than me, but it was the best of the options that were available. So I went ahead and ran with it. Why are there no good? God damn it. Trying to do something a little bit more fun today. See if it's actually worth doing. I think this one's probably the best of them all, but we'll see. Well, I pull up some of these articles on our topic of choice today, the Satanic Panic. So if you are a youngin', one of those little kids who don't have any idea what the hell I'm talking about, this is something that led to one of the biggest issues probably in recent history. I'm not a blonde, actually. Well, it's because the avatar's blonde. But that's probably why. But I've got like brown hair or darker hair. So it works. So, but we're going to be talking about 2 related topics today: the Satanic Panic and false memories as it relates to child sexual abuse. Mostly child abuse, but they're kind of one and the same in a way. So I'm pulling up some of these articles now. We'll be going over them. And we're going to touch on, probably, if I have the time, a couple other things related to it. And why this is such a controversial topic. Because believe it or not, this debate still consists to kind of a strong degree to this day on whether or not false memories or recovered memories are real. How do you handle it? How do you interview? How do you talk to someone who may have dealt with abuse and how do people end up having recovered or false memories. And so, weirdly enough, this all started with one case. So we'll be reading a New York Times article that kind of summarizes the scandal, quote unquote, a bit. So that way I don't have to dig through a bunch of stuff. So when was this article from? Earlier this year. So it's not terribly old. So I've got these articles sitting in front of me, and I've already implanted memories in you, Diego. That's the thing, is you don't recognize it yet because I did such a good job at it. So, see, that's how you know when things are afoot, because you don't even recognize it. Or I could be lying to you. And there are no false memories implanted. But we'll see. I'm also expecting a visit from a special friend of mine in chat. I think you guys know who I'm talking about, because no matter how many times I say it, this person still doesn't understand simple concepts of things. So we'll see. Hey, look at that. Jacane for $4.99 says, Super Chat test, since I wasn't able to give yesterday for whatever reason. Goof Recovery Front start, a bonfire upon Tim's gift blanket. Yes, Tim, I'm burning the shit out of your blanket. God damn it. Shortest Mike, it's not Danny Trejo. You know what would be funny, though, is if I got Danny Trejo on by some magical... If I could do anything, and I mean anything, to get Danny Trejo on, instead of on Racket's show, before Racket's at least, I would do it. Just for the meme. It'd be pretty funny. I'm not going to lie. So expect some, I don't want to say spurgery because it can kind of seem mean, but expect some odd behavior from a friend of ours. So we'll see. Maybe he'll show up. He was acting a fool, for a lack of a better term, in Nick's chat earlier, trying to watch the stupid Rittenhouse trial, but apparently that's asking too much. So you probably shouldn't shake a Make-A-Wish kid, because that probably has something to do with the initial issue to begin with. And this is not working the way I planned it to. I was trying to see if I could pull up one of these VTuber avatars I downloaded and pull it up, because I figured, hey, why not? It might be fun. But apparently, I can't get that to work right. So, or maybe this will work. Will this work? How do I make this work? God, I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing today. I've basically been feeling like crap the last day and a half. So, integrated camera. Yes, that one. And transparent. Oh, wait, no, transparent window. So does it work like that? If I do it this way? This is being stupid. It's pissing me off now. I might just skip it. Or wait, maybe it'll work that way. Or does it? Wait, why did it do that? That's weird. I guess let me pull up the article. Let's step over the article. If I do it that way. Okay, now it's acting really funny. Yeah, I might just have to pick this for today because it's starting to drive me nuts. I guess I could put it like that. It probably looks weird though. So if I go like this, yeah, it looks weird because it's right over top of it, isn't it? Huh? But I moved it, so I moved it over here, and it won't move. That's weird. Oh, I guess I could make it smaller. But then it's not putting it to the bottom corner. Okay. We'll scratch that for today. It was worth a shot. What's up, BLT? Oh, yeah, that's Nick talking, I think. God damn it. I had my Bluetooth headphones on. So, there you go. All right, real quick, let me bring this up. Some Beach says, my mother's mother, who's a narcissist and had, I'm going to assume, borderline, tried to convince my mother she was molested at a friend's house once. To this day, my mom doesn't know if she actually was or not. And see, that's the problem. Is it makes, because memory is not as strong as people think. Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff about eyewitness testimony that makes it to where, you know, it's not as solid and it's not as consistent as you would think to be. It's not as reliable as you would think it is. Yeah, accurate, completely accurate representation again. I'm totally Asian looking, even though the machine learning picture doesn't look anything like that. So we'll do this for now. So let me go ahead and pull this article up. Go ahead and screen share. Let me turn off the stupid VTuber avatar for today because now I'm mad. That's not working. So slightly frustrated about that for a bit. So what it is people don't necessarily know this, is with memory, with your brain. When you're born as an infant, you have a shitload more neurons and axons and shit in your brain that connect one another, right? And so as you age, there's actually a really cool study on this as it relates to female issues with female sexual performance. It was something I read a while back. I can't find the damn source article. Is as you age and start learning things and start becoming better at things, your brain starts shedding the connections that it doesn't use because it's trying to refine itself. It's trying to hone itself in. It's becoming better and better and stronger. So when you don't do something, or something gets pushed back or gets left behind, you can forget how to do it, or your brain doesn't know how to make those connections. So it can make it harder. And then as you age too, you also lose connections because degradation, and you can't get neurons back. You can't get those connections back. They degrade, they go away, they're gone. That's why brain damage is permanent effectively. You can reconnect the ones that are left, but you can't grow new neurons. So what you have at birth, and then as you age, they start shedding to basically make yourself better at what it is. And so God damn it. So we'll touch on that because we're going to go into because one of my favorite websites, it was a great resource in my undergrad, and it's a good reference back for quick things that you need summaries of, simplypsychology.org, I think it is. Yeah, they're a great resource for brief summaries on different kind of core psychological things. So I always like referencing back to them when I need to, because they do cite sources. They do bring up things that matter. And wait. Oh, that's the wrong thing to share. Share tab, not share tab. I don't want to share the... It's time to revisit Satanic Panic. Okay. So let's start here. New York Times. We will start with this. Let me get into a good spot on here. So this all started at the McMartin Preschool. This is the home of, I believe it was a private school, if I remember correctly. Yeah, so like it says right here, accusations of abuse at McMartin Preschool in Manhattan Beach, California became a national spectacle. So this article is from March of this year, so it's relatively fresh. So this is written by 𝗦𝘂𝗬𝗏, archived because New York Times is paywalled, and that's a bitch thing to do. So we'll just go here. And so let me scroll back up and we'll start here. So vigilante parents dug under a preschool, searching for secret tunnels. The police swapped tips on identifying pagan symbols. A company that sells toothpaste and soap had to deny repeatedly that it was acting as an agent of Satan. See why I wanted to do this yesterday? So I was actually really upset to cancel yesterday. Early in the 1980s, baseless conspiracy theories about cults committing mass child abuse spread around the country. Talk shows and news programs fanned the fears. If you saw the thumbnail, there's a 60 Minutes interview. Books and shit were published. Research on this was done. It was a fucking issue. It was a big deal. So, yeah, big issue. So, and authorities investigated hundreds of allegations. Even as cases slowly collapsed and skepticism prevailed, defendants went to prison, families were traumatized, and millions of dollars were spent on prosecutions. The phenomenon was so sprawling that, in its aftermath, it took on several names, like the ritual abuse scare or the daycare panic. But one name has increasingly stuck, the Satanic Panic. This is actually true. You'll actually hear it referred by those names as well. The evidence wasn't there, but the allegations of satanic ritual abuse never really went away, said Ken Lanning, not Jennings, a former FBI agent who worked on hundreds of abuse cases with the Bureau's Behavioral Science Unit. When people get emotionally involved in an issue, common sense and reason go out the window. People believe what they want and need to believe. So pay attention to that, because that's actually an interesting thing. So we're scrolling across a book by Michelle Smith and Lawrence Pazder called Michelle Remembers, a true story of a year-long contest between innocence and evil. I need spooky music right now. It would sound really cool. Although the lurid claims in Michelle Remembers were quickly challenged, the book was a bestseller. Bestseller. Fuck yeah. I need to write a book and sell it. I don't care if it's got real shit in it or not. I just need to make it a bestseller. Also, it doesn't take that much to get on the New York Times bestseller. I think you have to sell like 10,000 books. So, I mean, you could there's ways you can basically buy your own book and get on the New York Times bestseller list, if I remember correctly. It's not hard. You just have to be willing to spend the money. 1980, the proper fuel for panic. When the book Michelle Remembers was published in 1980, introducing readers to a cast of murderous Canadian Satanists, those fucking Canadians. I called it. Their floppy heads. Their floppy heads and their A's, and yeah, you know what I'm talking about. That's a South Park joke for the people who don't watch South Park. It landed on a powder keg of American anxieties, said Mary DeYoung, a professor emeritus of sociology at Grand Valley State University. More women were going to work by choice and necessity in the wake of the women's rights movement, and as the country struggled with a recession. Conservatism and the religious right were ascendant, and both emphasized the nuclear family. Good daycare was hard to find, Ms. DeYoung said, and many parents felt guilt for relying on it. And after decades of denial, the public was starting to confront the problem of sexual abuse, especially involving children. You hook all those things together magically, and boom, you've got the proper fuel for a moral panic. Not wrong. The spark, she said, was Michelle Remembers, a book by a Canadian psychologist and his former patient about her memories of child abuse at the hands of Satanists. Although its lurid claims were quickly challenged, the book was a bestseller. Suddenly it seemed terror could be lurking in any neighborhood or any chat room. Ooh. Well, this is time before chat rooms, but you get the point. The book gave people a villain to look for outside the family, said Sarah Marshall, a host of the history podcast You're Wrong About, which sounds like an interesting book or an interesting podcast. Let me open that and I'll check that out later. I don't think I got a chance to actually check it out. What readers heard, she said, was, don't look in the mirror. The call is not coming from inside the house. The Satanists are the problem. Which, statistically, this is not the case, right? It's not usually a stranger that kidnaps your kid. It's usually a family member, statistically. It's usually not a stranger that sexually abuses your kid. It's a family member, a friend, a relative, someone the kid knows, someone the kid trusts, someone the kid has been around before, right? The likelihood of a stranger doing it to your kid is absurdly low. I think it's in the single digits at this point. Like, the number of incidents of stranger sexual abuse has dropped over the last couple decades. Like, I'm pretty sure it's down to single digits. If it wasn't before, it's now there. Like, it has to be. The only thing is it's not necessarily that people don't understand that, but it's more widely known when something like that happens. People accuse someone, some stranger, some random person. That's why police investigate family, friends, relatives. Are you having a marriage problem? Are you having a problem at home? All those questions come into play because that's where statistically the problem lies. So back to the article. Some social workers and police officers searching for an authority to help them face the problem of abuse even adopted it as a training text, she said. So this book by one psychologist became a training text for police departments. Think about the danger that presents, right? How dangerous that is to set as a precedent. That's no different than look at the Duluth standard as it relates to DV. Yeah, double digits if that stranger's Canadian. I can't confirm that, but I can't say for certain on that one. But, single texts or single things being taken as training materials for things is really an issue because you shouldn't trust that. Wait 1 second. All right, here we go. So we have a wonderful view of a preschool still. I think this is the backside of it. So McMartin Preschool in 1988. In 1986, prosecutors charged 7 school employees with child molestation and conspiracy. A week later, they dropped charges against 5 defendants citing weak evidence. Alan Hagman, Los Angeles Times, via Getty Images. Okay, perfect. So we're jumping to 1983. Fear spreads in Manhattan Beach. In the summer of 1983, a woman in Manhattan Beach, California, accused an employee of her son's preschool, McMartin, of abusing him. The police sent a letter to about 200 families asking for help with their investigation. The following procedure is obviously an unpleasant one, but to protect the rights of your children as well as the rights of the accused, this inquiry is necessary, the police chief wrote, describing alleged sex crimes. Please question your children to see if he or she has been witness to any crime or if she has been a victim. Notice the wording of that. Do we see any problems with that? So really hone in on that wording. Think about how that's phrased and think about issues with that. I fucking told you guys he would show up. Hey, buddy, I love you, Michael. Hey, I thought you had to work. Hey, it's Michael. What's up, buddy? I love you. How about you going, Michael? I told you would show up. I had 2-to-1 odds you'd show up. Someone owes me money. Anyway, read that again. So read that and see why that's a problem. Can anyone point out to me what's wrong with that sentence? This is a sentence that was sent out by a police chief. And obviously I would hope that will be phrased differently now, okay? And it would be phrased differently and that it would be differently addressed, right? One, it kind of, she victim. There you go. Thank you, BLT. Perfect. This is exactly what it is. So here it says, please question to see if your child, if he or she has been a witness to any crime or if she has been a victim. It also has the potential to lead the child because you're giving details of alleged sex crimes and then you're wanting to ask your children these questions. And then we all know how some parents can be pushy and how some parents can do shit like that, right? It has the potential to go down south real quick and things can, and it's really easy to plant memories in some cases. Again, you kind of need to know what you're doing, but it's also depends on the age of the child. Again, this is a preschool, so we're still talking young children. So, but I do take issue with the way that's phrased because this automatically excludes half of the people who are, it does employ, thank you, GK, it does employ boys can't be a victim of sexual abuse. And I'll tell you right now, that is probably one of the most fucking infuriating things I can understand. And that drives me up the wall. And I will never not get upset when I see people imply that, oh, boys should have liked it. Oh, well, this or that. You're gay if you don't. That stuff is the most infuriating shit to me. Because I have friends. I have people who are really close to me who were victims as males, not only by males, but by female abusers as well, who the female abuser fucked up them for a long time. And it took a lot of time and effort to get them to even be able to have a stable relationship, because it fucks with your understanding of what a healthy relationship is. It fucks with what it means to have, a good relationship with someone. The power dynamic involved, because this was someone who, they were on a sports team, and it was the spouse or girlfriend of the sports coach. And so there was a lot of implied power there. There was a lot of implied unstable, it wasn't like an equal footing thing. And this went on for a couple of years. So, I mean, it's a big deal. So to see that always drives me nuts, because I've seen way too many people have their issues like that dismissed as, oh, you're gay if you didn't like it. Cannot tell you how irritating that is. And it's so irritating. It's so irritating. And I don't mean to digress. So let's get back on topic here. The letter was a, quote, a model of what not to do. So we beat me there. Thank you, said John Myers, a professor at the University of California, Hastings, and lawyer who represents child victims of abuse. So kudos to John Myers here. Kudos to John Myers who does that. The authorities also asked therapists to help interview hundreds of children. They questioned them for hours at a time, often asking leading and suggestive questions. He said, "We as professionals were singularly ill-equipped," said Mr. Myers. "Nobody had thought about proper forensic interviews in these situations." So that is part of the problem, is how do you interview a child about allegations of abuse? How do you properly ask those questions? How do you properly find the details of what happened? It's not easy. It's definitely complex. One of the things you can't do, and one of the things that can upset any case, is asking leading questions. Like, if you're in a role of that, like, one, you document everything. Two, doesn't hurt to get second opinions, third opinions. So the allegations, quote, didn't move to full-blown Satanism immediately, said Richard Beck, the author of a book about the panic. Let me open that. The intermediary steps were people saying there was something weird or elaborate about what happened, and a fair number of those claims came out of the interviews. In 1986, prosecutors charged 7 employees with more, so 3 years after the initial allegations, right? Yeah, I think, yeah. Fear spread Manhattan, so summer of 1983. So it took 3 years before they charged anybody. In 1986, prosecutors charged 7 employees with more than 100 counts of child molestation and conspiracy. A week later, they dropped charges. So it took them 3 years to figure out what happened. And then a week afterwards, they dropped 5 of the 7 defendants' charges. God damn. You fucked up. Like, you fucked up bad. But all the defendants maintained their innocence. And I have an article from, I think it's the spouse of someone. It was the spouse of someone, or it was one of the people who were also cited and charged and I think convicted as people who were part of this panic. Not this specific case, but part of the panic in general, who still to this day, decades later, maintain their innocence. And you could believe it or not. That's up to you. But do you see where at the beginning, before the panic takes off, because this is still Manhattan Beach. This hasn't gone nationwide yet. Do you see where we're laying the groundwork for a lot of issues? Real quick. So, by then the case was a national spectacle, and prosecutors pursued it despite growing doubts about the original accuser's story and a variety of fantastical claims from interviews, including a, quote, goatman, unquote, bloody animal sacrifices, a school employee who could fly, and acts of violence that left no physical trace. But the trial would not end for years with no convictions and prosecutors around the country started dozens of cases like it. So, yeah, no convictions came from the McMartin preschool trial. 5 of 7 got dismissed the week afterwards, and then the 2 that were put on trial, they were acquitted. It sounds like rightfully so, right? Now, the sad part about this could be is that maybe there was abuse going on, but when you have leading questions, when you have all this other stuff getting thrown on top of it, can you really get to the bottom of it? Can you really find the answer that's going on? Ah, damn it. Because I don't think you can, and I think that's an issue. So let's continue. All right. Each authority, the police, prosecutors, psychologists, the media, put pressure on the others to act, said Anna Merlin, the author of a book on the history of conspiracy theories. It was a very fervid environment, she said. Very credible seeming people were saying, occult ritual abuse is all around you. We've seen it, and the signs are visible if you know how to look for it. Good afternoon, Neil Dog. How's it going? So let's scroll down to another issue of the thing here. So there's a 13-minute video. Do you guys want to watch it? It's like 13 minutes. It's the anatomy of a panic. Do you want to watch it now or do you want to watch it afterwards? Do we want to watch it at all? It's up to you guys. I'll leave it to you. So in 1984, news reports that hundreds of children... excuse me, ma'am. We have reports that you are abusing children and you can fly. Do you deny these allegations? Well, yes. You're a fucking abuser. Like, I couldn't imagine doing it with a straight face. Now, I will say that there is the potential that the minds of children at work, right? There's ways that could work. I was going to make a joke, G-King, but I'm going to hold back. But no, it's probably not the time and place to do it. But yeah, we'll do that. Let me make sure I've got audio enabled. Nope, I don't. So stop screen. Share screen. Chrome tab. Share audio. It's time to revisit the Satanic Panic. And let's cue this up. Ah, damn it. I'm going to have to go back to the original article to pull that up. So give me a minute. So where's that at? Ah, damn it. Let me try opening it in incognito window if it will let me. Damn it, why can't I get the stupid link to the thing? Yeah, if someone has the link, can someone send it to me? Because I can't get it to open without having to freaking open. Because I don't have a login for that. And I don't know enough about the Finders cult to speak on that. So as interesting as it would be to dive into that at some time, I cannot speak to that at the moment. McMartin preschool anatomy of panic. I wonder if it's on YouTube. Here we go. Is it the same video? Yep, looks like it's the same video. Perfect. I figured it out. See, I don't need your help. I can do it on my own. All right, here we go. Full screen this and pull it up, and here we go. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
In what may become one of the biggest child molesting cases ever on record, 7 nursery school teachers were arraigned today on more than 100 counts of child molestation.
The accused include the preschool owner, 76-year-old Virginia McMartin, her daughter, and 2 grandchildren.
She looks guilty as fuck.
Finding out just what happened to the McMartin preschoolers in Manhattan Beach, California would spark a national media obsession.
A case which has shocked much of Southern California
We filmed
and
from like
caused a
across
lot
the
of
fucking
parents
street
to worry about the
of all
safety of
these
their
kids.
children.
Setting off a panic around the country.
In alarming numbers, preschoolers have been exploited.
Could it be your child?
The media blitz demonstrated unstinting belief that this had happened.
It was sensational and lurid and seemed to always be expanding.
1,400 children in this community have been ritualistically abused.
But were they? Decades later, while the McMartin case has been largely forgotten, its impact lives on.
The McMartin preschool in Manhattan Beach, as it looked when we photographed it discreetly just 3 weeks ago.
Let's photograph it discreetly,
Local
guys.
reporter Wayne Satz of KABC in Los Angeles broke the story.
It started out here in Manhattan Beach looking like an isolated incident. One mother noticed that her young son was having nightmares and difficulty sitting down.
Teachers at this prominent Southern California preschool were accused of sexually molesting their young students.
Authorities now believe that at least 60 young children were victimized, and that the ultimate number could well be much greater.
Fueled by unskeptical press reports, the charges mounted on the evening news.
Those children, some of them as young as 2 years old, were photographed by the suspects.
Kiddie porn was the primary purpose for the alleged sexual abuse of children.
Becoming more and more bizarre.
Some children allege that a living creature was sacrificed on the church's altar.
The truth about Satanism is they truly do use blood, and they mix it with urine, and then they also use the real meat, the real flesh. This is what makes Satanism true, and this is what 1,200 molested kids in the city of Manhattan Beach have told the sheriff's department.
Most of the allegations had been made here at Children's Institute International, CII, a child abuse prevention center. At the request of prosecutors, CII social worker 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗏𝗵𝘁𝘀 and her team had been videotaping interviews with the preschoolers.
Using puppets to encourage the children to reveal what happened, the therapists were able to unlock the horrible secrets of the McMartin school.
Or prime them.
Virginia McMartin, her daughter, 2 grandchildren, and 3 other teachers were ultimately indicted on more than 300 counts of molestation.
2 South Bay preschools.
It wasn't long before accusations of abuse were being reported at 7 other daycare centers in LA County alone.
Investigators were at the Hickory preschool in Torrance earlier today.
And then fear spread across the country, eventually targeting scores of daycare centers. But the story that initially fed the panic was not all it seemed. In the summer of 1983, a 39-year-old mother called the Manhattan Beach Police Department and accused McMartin teacher 𝗬𝗏𝗂𝗏𝗏𝗏 of molesting her 2.5-year-old son.
In the DA's office, all kinds of doubts developed, particularly about the fact that the mother of the first complaining child was psychotic, but they just kept on going. It was like the Titanic. It was like a roller coaster or a ship that just was out of control and couldn't stop.
The police released Bucky for lack of evidence. But then they sent out this letter to some 200 families, instructing them to question their children about sodomy, oral sex, and fondling.
What happens then is the parents start to talk to their kids, and then they start to talk to each other, and then they start to compare notes, and pretty soon emotionally involved parents are engaging in leading and suggestive questioning of their child.
Kenneth Lanning worked with the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit and consulted on the McMartin investigation.
Once these cases are contaminated, it's almost impossible to know with any degree of certainty what actually happened.
Spot on, spot on.
But the therapists at CII believed they knew what had happened. Based on their videotaped interviews, they said that more than 90% of the 400 preschoolers they talked to reported signs of sexual abuse.
Mr. Parrott, can you help Susie
how they did
show
it,
us what happened to her?
The courts immediately sealed CII's interviews with the McMartin children. But the CII therapists shared demonstration videos like this one with the press and discussed their findings on television.
We have heard it 100 times or more from children. The same things, the same games, the same descriptions.
I can't say that I ever saw a videotape where kids said this happened to me. Never of their own account, spontaneously.
The interviews are upsetting to read because essentially what happened is the therapists unintentionally coerced the children into fabricating stories of abuse.
Richard Beck wasn't even born when the McMartin story first broke in 1984. Fascinated by the panic that spread across the country, he has been researching and writing a book on the case for the last 2 years.
Depending on their age, some understanding.
You have interviews that will start off with a therapist asking a child whether they'd ever played any naked games. At McMartin, this was a huge topic, was naked games. And the children initially say no. The therapist, though, didn't accept those answers. So then they repeat the question. And then they repeat it again. Eventually, the children realize that their interview is never going to be allowed to end until they start giving the interviewer the kind of answer that she wants to hear.
It was obvious in the interviews that all kinds of techniques were highly suggestible, highly pressuring, and is capable of creating false memories of abuse in children, often permanent memories.
𝗬𝗏𝗄𝗏 is no longer with CII. She declined our request
for
an interview.
Guys. My mic got turned down by accident.
Dr. Stephen Ambrose has been working with children for more than 25 years,
so it should be better now.
And was at CII during the McMartin interviews.
I think our therapists
I think it should be better
started
now.
out being very
My bad.
careful about that.
Thank you guys for pointing it out.
But as they became more persuaded that something had happened, there probably were some leading questions.
Dr. Ambrose says the McMartin case came about just as a new understanding of child sexual abuse was emerging.
I'll keep an eye on it.
It happened right at a time in the sort of the history of the field.
I'm getting better mic levels on my side, so I think it's helping.
The fact that child sexual abuse was a real phenomenon.
Wake up, America. This is your wake-up call.
People don't want to believe that young children have been molested. They much prefer to believe that it's not true.
We believe the children because once upon
That's
a time,
actually
we
not
were
uncommon.
the children.
People don't want to believe that their kids were abused. It's really hard to take that into consideration.
But that belief was sorely tested
for a lot of parents
as investigators searched for physical evidence to back up what the children were saying.
No pornography that could be linked to the abuse that the children were describing has ever been found.
There should have been little animal carcasses. There should have been bodily fluids all over the preschool. They didn't have any of that.
And what about those early claims of satanic abuse?
It's kind of hard to clean bodily fluids up
There
without
certainly have been
leaving shit behind.
mentally ill people who have gone out and killed people, quote, in the name of Satan. But there's never been any proof that there was any kind of satanic ritual abuse or satanic cult activity in a daycare center.
When I first got involved in these cases, I'll be very honest with you, I tended to believe that this was going on. But eventually, the number of cases just kept growing and growing and growing. And at some point, I came to the realization, this many people can't be doing this to this many victims for this long and not leaving any corroborative evidence behind. It just doesn't work that way.
18 months after the McMartin investigation began, the case took a dramatic turn.
What we're left with at this point is that for 5 of the 7 defendants in the McMartin case, the evidence is so slim that it does not go beyond the mere accusation.
So in April of 1987,
they had to dismiss
nearly 4 years after the first accusation was made, the case against the 2 remaining McMartin defendants,
drugged through that.
Raymond Buckey and his mother,
Especially
Peggy
when it seems
McMartin
completely
Buckey,
off the
finally
wall, right?
went to trial. In court, medical evidence supporting the prosecution's case couldn't be established with any certainty. And although hundreds of children had been interviewed, in the end, only 9 testified.
After extremely lengthy
they interviewed a couple hundred children
and
only 9 kids testified.
Some parents decided that they would refuse to let their children participate any further.
Wow.
Through it all, the Buckeys remained steadfast about their innocence.
True, when I'm very nervous, I probably said some things that are not quite correct, and I'll grant it and I'll admit that.
Including Mr. Buckey, whether or not you molested children in this case?
No, Mr. When I know that I did not molest children ever in my life.
The trial lasted nearly 3 years. And in January of 1990...
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the various
3
defendants
fucking years
not guilty.
for a trial.
Children were never allowed to say in their own words what happened to them. And to me, that was crucial.
I would agree.
The jury could not agree on 13 counts against Raymond Buckey. So 6 months later, prosecutors brought him back to court. Once again, the jury was deadlocked.
Wait, how the
there's legal necessity to declare
they brought him
a
back?
mistrial.
And with that declaration, one of the longest, most
so it was
expensive
mistrial.
criminal trials in U.S. history finally came to an end.
Wow.
I'm glad it's over.
That's sick.
McMartin lead prosecutor 𝐓𝐢𝐻𝐬 says that while she wishes the outcome had been different, the case brought about important changes.
Very young children who may or may not have been sexually abused have certainly been traumatized
That prosecutor
by
pisses me
endless
off.
hours of relentless
We wish it would have been different. I wish you didn't fucking charge people who
a
had
new
nothing to do with
understanding
it.
on the best way to interview children.
Who should do it, who should be present, how all of that should occur and be videotaped.
Wow.
So it really created a dialogue of examining the best way to talk to children who might be victims of crimes.
Nowadays, as opposed to back when the McMartin case took place, there's a very clear protocol about how to interview kids, and there's a very strong focus on avoiding leading questions of any kind. There's much more care taken to make sure that whatever
At least there was a benefit that came out of this, right?
When the trial ended, the McMartin preschool was demolished. A
Probably
laundry
not.
and dry cleaning store now sits in its place.
Not truly. I don't think you can truly recover from
After
that.
his acquittal, Raymond Buckey made a few television appearances, like this one on The Larry King Show.
Oh, I bet that'd be interesting to watch.
I want to be left alone. I've seen what the news media can do to people in a crowded situation, and I don't want to be in LA, and I want to be left alone. Simple life.
I don't
For
know what
Raymond
came of
Buckey's
him.
defense attorney, Danny Davis, the impact of the McMartin case should never be forgotten.
It brings into focus that our American culture can do harm to our children in the next generation, to win at all costs, to have a great publicity run, to jump the ratings and make it for a day. Those are all adult aspirations at the sacrifice of children.
So that's the video. That kind of gives you a summary of the case, and there's still some more in this article we have too. I just thought it'd be interesting to check that video out real quick, because it kind of digs into more of what's kind of going on in this situation, right? More of the background. So let's go back to the article. So I would, like I said, I don't think, Diego, you can truly recover from that. The dude was dragged for 7 years, effectively. Right? They tried him, then they retried him. Because they didn't get the case they wanted. Oh, God damn it. I clicked the wrong thing again. I need this tab. There we go. Share screen. Chrome tab. And where the fuck to go? Where is it? No. Oh, here we go. I'm like looking right at the stupid tab and I clicked the wrong one. And I just unshared it because I'm a dumbass. I clicked the wrong thing again. Holy crap. Boomer moment to the nth degree. All right. So let's pick back up where we left off. Seminars on symbols was right after the descriptive video here. So let's go to seminars on symbols. You guys ready for some symbology? Get it? Please tell me someone gets it. Do not Tonkasaw. I am not Tonkasaw. Do not even compare me to Tonkasaw. That's offensive. So, seminars on symbols. And surprisingly, the same thing continues to this day. Right? The same thing continues. There's discussions on, for example, what like pedophiles on the deep web use for symbols to communicate in public. And there's still a lot of things that you would say, thank you, Mike, someone saw it, someone gets it. But the people who fucked this up in the first place seem to not get that they were the ones that fucked it up in the first place. And so they keep fucking it up. Doesn't really help the process. So, seminars on symbols. The authorities tried to make sense of the allegations. Mr. Lanning, the retired FBI agent, said that as a quote deluge of calls about strange abuse began in 1983, he tried to investigate with an open mind. My attitude was yes, most anything is possible, he said, but where's the evidence? Yeah, you clang them together. They keep clanging these things together and nothing comes of it. That's what happens, is they're not clanging it together right. They keep getting the brown note. So they keep shitting themselves with evidence. That's what happens. I've confirmed that in my research. So FBI agents, police officers, lawyers, and social workers gathered what they could and shared their findings at conferences and seminars. Oh God, I'd love to see what those are. Satanism. Wow, it's a newspaper article from 1987 on the web. That's interesting. They handed out satanic calendars, traded pamphlets about symbols like the Cross of Nero and the, quote, horned hand, and copied lists of supposed occult organizations, which included a collective of feminist astrologers in Minnesota. I knew it. I knew those feminist astrologers were part of this. I told people they wouldn't listen to me. I tried for years. People called me a crazy motherfucker. It comes back at the end of the day to the feminist astrologist. Who would have thunk it? I called it. A lot of this stuff was being disseminated by law enforcement without efforts to corroborate it, said Mr. Lanning. One cop would come up and say, what a load of crap, but another would say, I've got to learn more. When Mr. Lanning asked officers how they corroborated information, their stories fell apart, he said. Oh, I got it from so-and-so, he recalled hearing. But often, he said, the pamphlet still made it into copy machines and onto the news. He's a female Minnesotan. Yep. Naughty one, I disagree about trans kids and brainwashing. There's a lot more that goes into gender dysphoria, especially with children, than most people get. I've done a couple streams on transgender children. It's actually a really cool topic to cover. You have to be willing to set aside some bias on that one. But I do think there's a lot to learn from that. So, a map displayed on an episode of 2020 shows what they call, quote, satanic activity through the United States. And why am I not surprised to see satanic activity kind of near places where I used to live? Yeah, kind of near places where I used to live. God damn it. Or where I currently live. Okay. That's kind of funny. Damn it. The drumbeat on TV. In May 1985, the news program 2020 ran a segment on Satan worship that described animal mutilations, quote, clearly used in some kind of bizarre ritual, rock music associated with devil worship, and satanic graffiti and backwards messages in pop songs. If you listen to NSYNC backwards, you're still gay. That's why I listen to Backstreet Boys. There were a few caveats. The host, Hugh Downs, opened by saying, police have been skeptical when investigating these acts, just as we were in reporting them. X to doubt. X to doubt. But there is no question that something is going on out there. And that's sufficient reason for 2020 to look into it. The program presented cult activity, if not the occult itself, in all but certain terms. Today, we have found Satan is alive and thriving, or at least plenty of people believe he is, said the correspondent 𝗏𝗂𝗏𝗂𝗏, or Hariel. I don't even know. I'm not even going to try. His followers are extremely secretive, but found in all walks of life. His hosts are on YouTube channels talking about this very subject. Oh, that's the wrong thing I'm reading. My bad. Only near the end of the report did he say that until evidence was proved, the link between crime and satanic cults will remain speculative. 3 years later, NBC commissioned its own special hosted by Geraldo Rivera. Holy shit, I forgot how long this dude's been around. Goddamn, Geraldo. Who described gruesome crimes, aired child testimony of abuse, and interviewed Ozzy Osbourne. Oh, I forgot about that part. That's one of the best parts. I bet that interview is amazing. I bet you that's an amazing interview. Could you imagine Geraldo Rivera interviewing Ozzy Osbourne about satanic ritual abuse? I bet you that's hilarious. Wow. I was able to find the damn interview. Look at that. It's old as shit. Okay, that video is funny. Where's the part 1 of it, though? I found part 2. Is this part 1? No, that's part 3. Or maybe this is part 2 because this is the part with him in it. Wait, what's it say? Convicted murderer? No. Where's Ozzy? Damn it, where is Ozzy? Okay, I found it if I decide to break that up. Okay, I'm happy now. Okay. Yeah, I found the video of that. I found the Ozzy video. It's part of a multi-part thing on devil worship, exposing Satan's underground. I guess so. Actually, Andy asked a good question here, real quick. Andy Marcelli, Ken's Counseling Couch. How do you find a therapist that? How does one find a therapist they can trust when living on the left coast and everyone is liberally insane? Define trust. Define what are you trying to get treatment for? A good therapist, because I mean, depending on the therapist, I mean, you can go in, do a session, and your insurance will cover it. Or I mean, you might be able to get a cheap session. You know, you could maybe do a short session, get a feel for them. I mean, if at any point you feel uncomfortable or this isn't the right fit, you can walk out. And you're just like, hey, I appreciate your time. I'm going to go look for someone else. There's no harm in that. A good therapist will tell you, I get it. You know, you want to, you know, I wouldn't have a problem if someone said, I'm not comfortable with you. Okay. If you feel like telling me why, I'd like to know for improving it. But, you know, I guess, you know, are you comfortable with male or female or something else as far as gender goes? Do you have a preference? Are you looking for treatment for, you know, something like depression? Are you looking for something personality disorder or something like stuff from your childhood? Do you care if it's someone with a master's degree? Do you want someone with a doctorate degree? Are you wanting meds? There's a lot of questions that go into it. If you're open to telehealth, that opens up your potential group of therapists much more. So if you don't mind doing like video sessions online, like doing video chat for therapy, then you could look up a therapist that does telehealth that maybe if you live inside, like say one of the big cities and you feel like they lean to one way or the other politically for you, reach out to maybe a more rural area for a therapist, see if they're willing to take you on. As far as a therapist client goes, do that. That's one way to do it. If your state, if you know, some states because of COVID have permitted access to out-of-state therapy. So some states you can do therapy with a provider that doesn't live in your state. I mean, the thing is in that field, you're talking about hitting a lot of people who have liberal-leaning politics. But a good therapist leaves it out of it. I have politics that are clearly not liberal-leaning. But I've had conversations with people who are very far right-leaning, very far left-leaning. I can engage with them. It doesn't impact my ability to do my job. I can agree with them in the moment. I can say, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, or no, that I could see why you'd be upset. Like, I can do that part of the job. It doesn't impact my ability to do that part of the job. It's fine, because the issue comes down to if it's impacting my ability to work with you, shouldn't be working with you. If I can't do therapy with you because my politics are so different than yours, then I shouldn't be your therapist. And that's fine. I have a certain subset of clients I won't have concerns about my ability to be impartial with them. I have no problem with most people, but there's a certain subset of clients I will not see because I'm worried about the ability. And I don't even know if I can't be impartial. I just don't even want the potential to come up. So I personally will not engage with that client set. I've had a couple of clients that have sort of been in that client set, and I didn't find out till afterwards, and it worked out. And it wasn't an issue, but it wasn't so severe as the things that lead me to not want to work with that client set. It's nothing to do with race or gender or nothing like that. It's certain things, and I won't work with them. I can do everything else except that. Everything else is on the board. But that one thing, because I am comfortable working with it. I can deal with it. I know how to manage it. I know how to handle it. I can be impartial. I can do my job. I can provide the information. I can do the treatment because I want to make my impact in those areas. There are other people who work with that population that I won't do that are better at it and would probably be a better fit at it. So I have no problem handing that off. Do I lose clients? Lose potential income? Sure. I would rather make that trade. Yeah, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. It's like the one thing I won't do. Especially after that Rakita show, I'll do anything but that. That one thing. So you guys get it. So if you saw that show, you know exactly what the hell that joke's referencing about. So I hope that helps, Sandy. I know that was a lot of like vague responses. But if you're open to do it, if you need to have the in-person relationship, which to me, I don't like, I'll do telehealth with people. I don't necessarily like it. I prefer interacting with people in person, especially when working with kids, because there's a lot of stuff you do miss with telehealth. Just like if you were seeing me on video, if the video lags, if the camera's not close enough, you can't see what I'm doing with my hands or my feet or how I'm sitting or my shaking my leg and all that stuff, right? So that's what I would say is, look into that. And if you have further questions on it, feel free to reach out if you want to. Hit me up on my next stream. I could probably do a whole stream on choosing a therapist, right? Yeah, I know if your state requires. See, that's the thing, is that's one of the reasons I was really happy with my state and with my area, because I didn't have to mask up at all. Well, I need to freaking put a suggestion box or a suggestion poll or something out there to let people suggest ideas too. Like, I have a bunch of great ideas. I've got probably 30 shows worth of ideas. It's not so much the ideas, it's the time. That, and with the family stuff that's been going on too. So just juggling a lot of things. Say. But let's see. Let's see. All right, where'd I go? Okay, so we did the Ozzy Osbourne. Almost 20 million homes tuned in for the Ozzy interview. for that. Can you believe that? That's nuts. This was not 20 million homes. So that's probably more than one person in the home watching that. So Procter & Gamble sues on Satanism. So P&G being Procter & Gamble. So Topeka, Kansas, August 1st. The Procter & Gamble company, which has previously fought rumors that its 108-year-old Moon and Stars trademark is a satanic symbol, said this week it has sued a Kansas couple for claiming the company was associated with Satanism. Begone, Satan! The suit filed Monday in federal district court contends James and Linda Newton of Parsons made libelous and malicious statements about Procter & Gamble by saying it supports the, quote, Church of Satan, unquote. The couple are also said to have urged a boycott of the company's products. A Procter & Gamble statement said the Newtons are distributors of household items for Amway Home Products. God damn it. No, it's this is how you can know that. No. Would you like to buy some Amway Home Products? Mrs. Newton declined to comment. Would you like to buy some Avon makeup? Use code Ken at checkout. Or would you guys like to have a brown bag party? We could have a brown bag party. Do not Google that on a work computer. That's my only tip to you today. Taking rumors to court. Hashtag not sponsored. Yeah. But yeah, we could do a brown bag party. That would have to be done on a different platform because that would not fly on YouTube. So, in April 1985, thousands of curious, angry, and confused customers were calling the corporate giant Procter & Gamble about leaflets that accused it of using its profits from household goods to support devil worship. They simply are not true. W. Wallace Abbott, a senior VP, said at a news conference, "We haven't the vaguest idea how it started. All we know is people are believing it. Do you know how hard it is to fight a rumor? Wow, based VP. Based fucking VP, guys." Yeah, people still do NW backcountry. No, Jukane, literally not Law Twitter, because Law Twitter won't take shit to court. That's the problem. They'll fight it on Twitter. This whole topic is fascinating, honestly. To what Slippery Slope said, this is an interesting topic. Like how literally one allegation at a preschool in fucking Manhattan Beach, California, led to a nationwide fucking panic that stretched across 2 decades, effectively, from in the 80s to 90s. Like, this shit didn't end until the 90s. That's how long it fucking lasted. False rumors had started years earlier, many claiming that its logo of a bearded man in the moon facing 13 stars. That's what it is. A logo dating to 1882, and the stars referred to the 13 original colonies. No, it referred to the devil, and I bet you can draw a pentagram with those stars somehow. Ha ha! I fucking figured it out. I actually don't even know what their logo looked like. I bet you they changed it. The company began a 2-decade campaign to defend its name, sending representatives to churches, filing lawsuits, and pursuing court cases as recently as 2007. It also changed its logo. God damn it, it beat me to it. Oh my god, this is amazing. You can't make this is like. Do you know how mad I am that they've changed the Mrs. Butterworth and Aunt Jemima shit? I love the Mrs. Butterworth thing and the Aunt Jemima shit. That's the best fucking thing. It's like the coolest looking syrup bottles. Like, damn. Obviously off topic. We're from Procter & Gamble, and we're here to speak to you about our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Would you like a free sample of baby powder and other household good products? Like, oh my God. That's amazing. So this is our guy from that video. He's been accused. I think, yeah. 6 teachers and the co-founder of McMartin Preschool appeared in court in 1984. You guys saw the old-ass lady that was accused, right? This bitch. She's the founder, and she was accused as part of the ring of people, right? Have you heard of our Lord? No. No. No, 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 no. I'm going to pretend I didn't see that. No. No. No, no. I refuse to accept you as my Lord and Savior. All right. Verdicts. In 1990, a jury acquitted McMartin preschool defendants on some charges and deadlocked on others, saying it was impossible to determine the truth from the children's testimony. A second prosecution ended in a mistrial. Prosecutors having spent $15 million dropped the case. Okay. So let's get a rough estimate for what that is in today's money. So if you guys don't know of the wonderful website, so 1986 to 1993, calculate. So roughly, or so I guess let's do it this way. If we use 1986 as like the starting point, and then we'll come to 2021, that's probably $37.5 million today, assuming it started in 1986, as far as purchasing power and worth. So, yeah. Right? So, they spent like 30 something million dollars. Even if I use like what, let's use just 1990. And see how much difference that is. So 31. So yeah, like $30 million to prosecute taxpayers. You paid for it, chat. Good job. If you weren't born yet, your mama and daddy, well, they probably didn't pay for it because they got put on your debt. But anyway, that's a whole other show. Nearly 200 people were charged with crimes over the course of the Satanic Panic, and dozens were convicted. They did get convictions across the country. Many defendants were eventually freed, sometimes after years. I think this is the one I was talking about. 3 Arkansas teenagers who became known as the West Memphis Three were freed in 2011, almost 20 years after they were convicted of murders that prosecutors portrayed as a satanic sacrifice. In 2013, a Texas couple were released after 21 years in prison. They were later awarded $3.4 million from a state fund for wrongful convictions. Oh, look at that. Would you look at that? The state got fucked. And the state, the people paid for it because the state prosecuted people off of poor shit. This is why I have issues with the way prosecutions are dealt with. Because this is not okay. This is not okay stuff. Like, this is not okay, right? So in 1992, Mr. Lanning, the FBI agent, released an investigative guide that explained his skepticism of satanic abuse claims. Is this still available? I bet you it is. And we might look at this guide. I think it was on my list of shit to look at. No, damn it, where'd it go? What's the stupid guide called? ID 136592. Where's the ID search? 136592. I think that's it. Investigator's Guide to Allegations of Ritual Child Abuse. Found it. Booyah. This is why Ken's really good at finding shit. Ooh, it's 46 pages, but we might just skim through that bitch because this looks good. Now, do you see why I like talking about this kind of stuff? Like all these different topics. You can learn so much on these things, right? There's so much to learn. There's so much to grow. Ken is a fine. No, don't you dare, Shinobi. No. I will boot your ass out of this chat room real quick. No, that's not okay. Take that shit somewhere else. No, you're not going to accuse me of that. Good try. Good try. Good try. I'll give you the good attempt, but you failed. Good try. That was funny. Worth it. In the end, it was worth it. So, here we go. All right, so I've got that guide we can skim through in a little bit. No, I'm not a Freemason. No, this is not a CIA test. That's next week. So 2 years later, researchers at the National Center on Child Abuse and Neglect found that investigators could not substantiate, so read this, could not substantiate any of roughly 12,000 accusations of group cult sexual abuse based on satanic ritual. Any. From 12,000 accusations, roughly. That's insane. And that's not just from like some random fucking group. That's from the National Center on Child Abuse and Neglect. Like, I'm pretty sure that's a big name in that arena, right? Anyone who knows anything about child abuse and neglect has heard of this fucking this name. I think they've changed their name over the years a bit, but like seriously, come on. In a few instances, apologies followed, including from Mr. Rivera and 𝗦𝗂𝗫𝗿𝗀𝗄, one of the former McMartin students who made allegations to police. I lied, he told the Los Angeles Times. It was an ordeal. I remember thinking to myself, I'm not going to get out of here unless I tell them what they want to hear. Wow, look at that. That's a hell of an accusation. Right? The kid admits to that. And I'll give him props for coming out and saying that. Is that probably... And this was in 2005. Right? So, how long is this article? Wow, this might be actually cool to check out. Actually, we are going to read this next. How fucking long is it, though? You know what? We are going to check this out because this looks fucking tense. Yeah, so we're going to read one more thing on this because this looks really good. Because this is Insight and it's got like transcripts and shit from the people who did the interviews, and it's from this kid who, and this is from 2005. The guy is apologizing in an LA Times article. But lives were ruined, but it did have the positive benefit of getting people to fix their shit investigating claims like this. Because they really didn't have a good system in place and they didn't understand how they could fuck up. And it kind of took a fuck up this big to do it, because otherwise it would have been slow change, I think. So I think I won't say it had net positive effect, but it did have a positive effect. So that's the end of it. So this is the end of it here, right? It was an ordeal. I remember thinking to myself, I'm not going to get out of here unless I tell them what they want to hear. So that's by 𝗦𝗂𝗫𝗿𝗄𝗫. He was one of the students who made allegations to police. So let's check out Kyle's article. Okay, Kyle. So let's check out Kyle's article, which should be just as inspiring in a way as this original one, in like just how bad things can go. So this is from 2005. So October 30th, 2005. As told by 𝗦𝗂𝗫𝗿𝗄𝗫, as told by Debbie Nathan. So his last name is Zirpolo, Zirpolo. He was known as Kyle Sapp back then. I think he changed his name, or they used an alias for him. So I'm pulling it up on stream now. So introduction. Damn it, I gotta find the perfect zoom level for this. 175 looks to be good. So, all right. So 21 years ago, a child then known as Kyle Sapp told police he had been the victim of sexual abuse at the McMartin preschool in Manhattan Beach. Sapp, who attended the preschool from 1979 to 1980, was 8 when he first talked to authorities in 1984. So he was 8 when he talked to authorities, And the abuse happened in 1979 to 1980 at some point. So he was 3 or 4 then, give or take, maybe older than 4. I don't know how old his birthday was or whatever, right? So he was about 4. And so it was 4 years from then when he actually spoke. That's double his age. And that's more than double his cognitive ability as far as memory goes. Because you don't really remember shit up until a certain age. You'll have like ins and outs of things, like you'll have vague things or its creations. You really don't do that well at recollection. Anyone who has ever been in a psychology course can kind of give you that. Like recollection takes a couple years to kick in as far as like really remembering things. And that's being generous. So he did say he knew it was a lie, but he also said he felt like he couldn't get out of that room unless he said, like if I go back to that article, he said he didn't feel like he could leave that room unless he said the things he wanted those people to hear. He was 8. I can imagine the pressure an 8-year-old would feel in that situation. It's not fair to him. Like, and I'm not giving him a free pass. He may not have understood how much of a big deal it is. Like, you think as a kid, oh, I tell this little white lie, or I tell this small lie, and nothing's going to really come from it. You're the kid who told a lie that caused a nationwide fucking storm. Can you imagine the guilt he must have from that? Put people in jail from the fallout. Like, he doesn't understand the fallout, and that's okay. That's not his fault. The people to blame for that aren't him. Well, I don't give him I'm not saying he doesn't deserve a full, he doesn't get a pass in the sense that, he knew, he did this intentionally. I think, one, kids should learn to not lie. And, he ended up in a situation where he was pressured and he didn't feel like he could speak up, and I get that. And I wouldn't expect an 8-year-old to have that. Legitimately dealing with that situation now with someone. As far as someone around that age, give or take a couple years, not understanding consequences and repercussions from them. That's okay. What matters is how to pick up from it. And I think this article is a way for him to kind of own up from it and kind of put his side of it out. Probably never had a chance to speak out about it. So giving the opportunity, LA Times gave him a platform back in 2005 to do it. So, that's pretty nice of them. So, he gets a pass in that regard. Obviously, kids shouldn't lie. Kids need to learn that they can have repercussions from lying. And that's something that it can be hard to teach kids. Kids don't necessarily understand what it means to lie in some cases, or what could happen if they do lie. And you don't understand. And again, one of the reasons why I'm so big about teaching kids anatomical terms for their body parts, their secondary sexual characteristics, is so that they can say, well, no one touched me on blank, right? Or no one ever put blank in blank, or put this in there, or put this in that, or touch this with that, right? Because then you can cite specifically, it's not, well, did they touch you down there? Well, down there's vague, right? Down there could mean literally anywhere in the triangle, right? Could have been a mild touch, could have been a brush. Again, if you're also feeling pressure, if you're also a kid, you're in a room with these strange people, your parents may or may not be present while you're being interrogated by authorities, by glowies, and, that's not cool. That's fucked up, right? Don't ever want to be in a situation like that. It's shit. It's awful. And I'm glad that, and the thing is he shouldn't have to say he's sorry about all of this. It is not his responsibility. One of the people that needs to say they're sorry is the prosecutor. One of the people that needs to say they're sorry is the people from that institute that did the interviewing, that used methods that, because the shit was so controversial, they sealed the records. They sealed the videotapes. They sealed all of it because it was a clusterfuck. he's not, at fault necessarily. Wait, what do you mean, Cool Frog, perverted psychologist? I don't know what you mean by that. I'll need clarification on that. So, but there's a reason that kids should learn terms like that, because, God damn it, I keep having to burp. You can accidentally use those terms, or if kids don't understand, because remember, the way kids' brains work and the context they think in are different than you or I, especially young kids. Their cognitive functioning, and I've gone over this before and I can go over it again, their cognitive functioning works at a different level. It's not as refined. Again, not their fault. So I can't help that. That's no one's fault. That's just how kids develop. So, oh well, but there's benefits from it. And then it's just teaching kids to use that shit in the right context. Don't go run around class shouting the words penis or vagina. Like, it's not hard to learn to teach kids that, It's good parenting. Thank you, Slippery Slope, for pointing that out. So, see, there you go. That's a perfect example, Cool Frog. I'm sorry that happened to you first. And so you may never forget that, because it was because trauma fucks with the brain in a lot of ways. That's probably its own stream we should do, is how trauma impacts memory and functioning. That's like when I talk about, like, for example, victims of abuse or rape, your body ties like senses together. So like the scent of cologne or perfume can trigger PTSD in a PTSD patient. The sound of fireworks sound like explosions, because they are explosions, can trigger the PTSD in a patient, who was a war victim or was part of a bombing, right? It's a huge thing. Like the brain is really strong at putting in place defense mechanisms to keep you safe. That's what the body is doing. It's like, oh shit, this is similar to something really fucked up that happened to you. Let me keep you safe by telling you, get the fuck out of here. This is my warning to you. Let's go away, go somewhere else. And it's learning to deal with those. That's the hard part. So, yeah. So again, Coalfire, it's really shitty to hear. I'm sorry to hear that happened to you. I hope you've been able to work on that over time. So let's continue here. So he was 8 when he first talked to authorities in 1984. He and hundreds of other South Bay children made allegations against the family who ran McMartin and against employees who worked there. School administrator Peggy McMartin Buckley, her son Ray, daughter Peggy Ann, mother Virginia McMartin, and 3 female teachers were accused of fondling and raping youngsters over a period of years, and of threatening them with death if they told. The scandal eventually resulted in criminal trials. God damn it. Ray and her. God damn it, I lost my place. Against Ray and his mother. So they eventually dropped the charges against the other 5, and it was Ray and his mom who faced the charges. So that answered that question. Because I thought it was their case, but I wasn't sure off the top of my head. By the time the trials came to an end in 1990 with acquittals and hung juries, McMartin was a household word. The case had turned into one of the longest and costliest criminal proceedings in U.S. history. I think that's been top since, I would guess. By the spring of 1984, Kyle and scores of other children were talking about school employees who had drugged them and touched their genitals, made them play sex games in the nude, used them as models in kiddie porn, and forced them to watch pet rabbits, mice, and turtles being killed. By the time the trials began more than 3 years later, many of these children's stories had grown even more bizarre. They now included being taken to local businesses or flown to faraway places to be molested in satanic rituals. Prosecutors feared that their case would be hurt by such testimony, and they dropped many children from the witness list. Others were pulled from the witness list by parents who worried about causing further psychological trauma. And that's a real concern. Ultimately, fewer than a dozen children testified at the trials of Ray Bucky and his mother. Kyle was not among them. Earlier, though, he had played an important role in moving the case forward. A police report had noted that his stories of abuse were so detailed and uninhibited that he would make a, quote, exceptional witness. The district attorney's office apparently agreed. Of 360 McMartin students who claimed to have been abused, just 41 were picked to testify at the grand jury and preliminary hearing. Kyle was one of them. In the decade and a half since the defendants were set free, research psychologists have, so this is 2005, so it's been like 3 decades, right? Have shown that it's easy to pressure children to describe bad things that never happened. False memories can feel real, though, not just for preschoolers, but for older children as well. But SAP, now known as 𝗓𝐲𝗄𝗼𝗂, so it sounds like he changed his name, says he'd never had false memories. He always knew his stories of abuse were made up. The adults at the McMartin preschool, quote, never did anything to me, and I never saw them doing anything, he says today. I said a lot of things that didn't happen. I lied, quote, unquote. Why? Now married with young children of his own, he feels the need to explain publicly. The end. So that's the person who wrote the article, I think. So this is moving into his section now. So this is where he's telling his part of the story. So this is from Kyle. My mother divorced my father when I was 2, and she met my stepfather, who was a police officer in Manhattan Beach. They had 5 children after me. In addition, my stepfather has 3 older children. In the combined family, I'm the only one of 9 children that he didn't father. I always remember wanting him to love me. I was always trying excessively hard to please him. I would do anything for him. My stepbrothers and stepsisters and a half-brother and half-sister went to McMartin. So did I. I only remember being happy there. I never had any bad feelings about the school. No bad auras or vibes or anything. Even to this day, talking about it or seeing pictures or artwork that I did at McMartin never brings any bad feelings. All my memories are positive. The thing I remember about the case was how it took over the whole city and consumed our whole family. My parents would ask questions. Did the teachers ever do things to you? They talked about Ray Bucky, whom I had never met. I don't even have any recollection of him attending the school when I was going there. The first time I went to CII, the Children's Institute International, now known as Children's Institute Incorporated, a respected century-old LA County child welfare organization, where approximately 400 former McMartin children were interviewed and given genital exams, and many were diagnosed as abuse victims. Sorry. We drove there, our whole family. I remember waiting for hours while my brothers and sisters were being interviewed. I don't remember how many days or if it was just one day, but my memory tells me it was weeks. It seems so long. It was an ordeal. I remember thinking to myself, I'm not going to get out of here unless I tell them what they want to hear. We were examined by a doctor. I took my clothes off and laid down on the table. They checked my butt, my penis. There was a room with a lot of toys and stuffed animals and dolls. The dolls were pasty white and had hair where the private parts were. They wanted us to take off their clothes. It was just really weird. I remember them asking extremely uncomfortable questions about whether Ray touched me and about all the teachers and what they did. And I remember telling them nothing happened to me. I remember them almost giggling and laughing, saying, "Oh, we know that these things happen to you. Why don't you just go ahead and tell us? Use these dolls if you're scared." You know, if this is the case, I'm bucking infuriated right now. I'll just say that much. That's just not funny. That's just not fucking okay. So let's continue. Anytime I would give them an answer that they didn't like, they would ask again and encourage me to give the answer they were looking for. It was really obvious what they wanted. I know the types of language they used on me. Things like I was smart, or I could help other kids who were scared. I felt uncomfortable and a little ashamed that I was being dishonest. But at the same time, being the type of person I was, whatever my parents wanted me to do, I would do. And I thought they wanted me to help protect my little brother and sister who went to McMartin. Do you see here where this is starting to come from? Do you see what this is? See how the foundation's being laid? Before we even get to the lie. Before we get into this interview room, do you see where the foundation's being laid down at? The only kid who's not a product of the stepfather in the household, constantly trying to want to impress his parents, want to be recognized by his parents, willing to do whatever to help. And he's 8. He doesn't know better. This is the 8-year-old mind working. It's not his fault. And it's sickening. Not at him, it's CII. Like, they went... This is almost the same as that fucking Supreme Court case that I'm going to do a stream on one day, where they tried to say that it was okay for social workers to lie to take kids. Like, that case still pisses me off to this day. So let's go back to our retelling by Kyle here. Later, my parents asked if the teachers took pictures and played games with us. Games like Naked Movie Star. I remember my mom asking me. She would ask if they sang the song, and I didn't know what she's talking about. So she would sing something like, "Who are you? You're a naked movie star." I'm pretty sure that's the first time I ever heard that from my mom. After she asked me 100 times, I probably said, yeah, I did play that game. Okay. Starting to see more and more things, laying more groundwork. Setting up how we can come to making up the accusation. My parents were very encouraging when I said that things happened. It was almost like saying that things happened was going to help get these people in jail and stop them from what they were trying to do to kids. Also, there were so many kids saying all these things happened that you didn't want to be the one who said nothing did. You wouldn't be believed if you said that. You wouldn't be believed if you said that. Damn. So it's peer pressure, too. It's not just the parents. It's also peer pressure in this case, right? Imagine being that kid thinking, well, if I say I did, no one's like, no, you're lying. Of course it did happen to you. No one's going to believe you if you say no one happened. Like, think about it. As 8-year-olds, if he knew the kids, if he was friends with the kids, any case like that, especially the parental influence being the big deal. Shortest Mike, I will say that I don't think the parents were necessarily being predatory. I think that the idea overcame them, and it caused kind of like a hysteria in the colloquial version of it, not necessarily the old school psych version of it, right? Where they were scared. They thought maybe, and again, I'm assuming, they thought maybe that by doing this, they were helping their child face, helping them uncover what was actually happening. Maybe the child was afraid of it. Maybe they felt, that they were more supportive and more encouraging to it. Like, it's a very fine line to walk between being encouraging and being supportive for your child and pushing the idea that they should say it, right? It's not easy to, if you don't know what you're doing, you can cross that line too easily. And at this time, it was not as well understood. So, also Naughty One, I agree with, there is some ways that shit goes down. I've seen bad social workers in like little capital, lowercase s, lowercase w. Like, I've seen some really bad social workers in that regard. And I've seen some really good ones. Because there is a difference in the capital versus W, or capital versus lowercase. So I need to do a short video on explaining that. So let's pick up. I remember feeling like they didn't pick just anybody. They picked me because I had a good memory of what they wanted, and they could rely on me to do a good job. I don't think they thought I was telling the truth, just that I was telling them the same stories consistently, doing what needed to be done to get these teachers judged guilty. I felt special, important. It always seemed like I was thinking. I would listen to what my parents would say if they were talking, or to what someone else would say if we were being questioned at the police station or anywhere. And I would repeat things, or if it wasn't a story I'd heard, I would think of something in my head. I would try to think of the worst thing possible that would be harmful to a child. I remember once said that if you had it cut, instead of putting a Band-Aid on it, McMartin teachers would put on dirt and then put the Band-Aid over the dirt. That was just something in my head that was bad. I thought of it and told the investigators. So it's in parentheses. So I'm assuming he said, like, told them. So to clarify there. I think I got the satanic details by picturing our church. We went to American Martyrs, which is a huge Catholic church. Every Sunday we had to go, and Mass would last an hour. Hour and a half. None of us wanted to go. It was kicking and screaming all the way there. Sitting, standing, sitting, standing. All I would do was picture the altar, pews, stained glass windows, and if investigators said, describe an altar, I would describe one in our church. Or instead of, there was a priest in a green suit, someone who was real, I would say, a man dressed in red is a cult member. From going to church, you know that God is good and the devil is bad and has horns and is about evil and red and blood. I just throw a twist in there with Satan and devil worshipping. I remember going in our van with all my brothers and sisters and driving to airports and houses and being asked if we had been, quote, abused in these places. Or in brackets, abused in these places. I remember telling people that that the McMartin teachers took us to Harry's Meat Market and describing what I thought the market was like. I'd never been there before. I was fairly certain I was going to get in trouble for what I was saying because it was probably not accurate. I imagine someone would say, they don't have that kind of freezer there. And they did say that, but then someone said, well, they could have changed it. It was like anything and everything I said would be believed. It was like anything and everything I said would be believed. We continue to see foundational issues here. Core, honestly, flaws in logic and belief structures, irrational thinking and irrational ways to get the conclusions. And it's not him, it's the fault of the people investigating. The lawyers had all my stories written down and knew exactly what I had said before. So I knew I would have to say those exact things again and not have anything be different. Otherwise, they would know I was lying. I put a lot of pressure on myself. At night in bed, I would think hard about the things I said in the past and try to repeat only the things I knew I said before. I remember describing going to an airport and Ray taking us somewhere on an airplane. Then I realized the parents would have known the kids were gone from the school. I felt I'd screwed up and my lie had been caught. I was busted. I was so upset with myself. I remember breaking down and crying. I felt everyone knew I was lying, but my parents said, you're doing fine, don't worry. And everyone was saying how proud they were of me. Not to worry. I'm not saying nothing happened to anyone else at McMartin Preschool. I can't say that. I can only speak for myself, and I'll give them props for that. Maybe something did happen. Maybe some kids made up stories about things that didn't really happen, and eventually started believing they were telling the truth. Maybe some got scared that the teachers would get their families because they were lying. But I never forgot I was lying. Notice that. That's an interesting thing for him to think about over the years, right? Because remember, the trial spanned into 1990. So if he was interviewed in 1983, 84, so 6 more years, so 8, 9, 14, 15. He was a teenager by the time the shit ended. You know he was thinking about this shit all the time to some degree. The investigation lasted for 3 years before charges came. Remember, 3 years of investigation before charges came. And most or all states don't have a statute of limitations on child sexual abuse. And that's done for a reason, I think. Again, it depends, but usually it doesn't. There's a limit. If there is a limit, it's usually really high, like once they reach the age of 18 plus so many years or whatever, or it's just not one at all. I know I've seen a couple, and sometimes they change them. I think they did change some states after the Me Too movement became pretty popular to give more people time to make criminal complaints versus civil complaints or vice versa. My stepdad was a police officer who had guns in the house. I remember when all this was coming down, he was put on a leave of absence from work because he was being investigated for supposedly threatening the McMartin family. He was cleared of that accusation. Apparently it wasn't true. But being only 9 years old at the time, I thought my dad was saying he would kill the McMartins. So in my mind, I figured no one from the school was going to dare mess with him because he would have hurt them first. That made me feel secure. It could be a reason I never mixed up reality and fantasy and always knew I was lying. So let me look at this again. Okay. I was trying to think about that in a certain context. So, do we think he's accurate in that statement? As far as why he never mixed up? Because, again, honestly, do we know if this is actually a memory? Or is this an explanation after the fact we've thought about many years later? Again, memories not as clean cut as people think. So, we'll continue. But the lying really bothered me. One particular night stands out in my mind. I was maybe 10 years old and I tried to tell my mom that nothing had happened. I lay on the bed crying hysterically. I wanted to get it off my chest, to tell her the truth. My mother kept asking me to please tell her what was the matter. I said she would never believe me. She persisted. I promise I'll believe you. I love you so much. Tell me what's bothering you. This went on for a long time. I told her she wouldn't believe me, and she kept assuring me she would. I remember finally telling her nothing happened. Nothing ever happened to me at that school. She didn't believe me. Remember, this is in 2005, so this is 15 years after the trial ended. Right? So it's not that long. Remember, this is 2005. So if he was like 15 or so, then he's probably 30. It's like 14 or 15 when the trial ended. He's probably 30 now at this point. Now he's like 45, but at this point he's like 30. So it's not terribly long ago, right? So it's not unbelievable that this is what was happening. It's also other things that could be influencing his memory. He could be influencing his memory and not realize it. Again, why memory's such a bitch. So, do you see the problem here? I promise I'll believe you. Mom persisted. I promise I'll believe you. I love you so much. Tell me what's bothering you. She kept assuring me she would. I told her nothing happened. Nothing ever happened to me at that school. She didn't believe me. Damage. Lots of damage from shit like that. You cannot tell your kid, I will believe you. And then when they tell you they don't, that everything's going to, that you can expect your kid to walk away from that without an issue. I bet you this probably impacted their relationship. I would put money on this impacting their relationship at some point across his life. Whether it was intentional or not, that the family, look, and we're getting right into that too. We had a highly dysfunctional family. We argued and fought all the time. My mother had always blamed anything negative on the idea that we went to that preschool and were molested. So everything came back to, and the mom always blamed the school as the source of problems in the family. This is the fucking thought process of a fucking child. My mother always blamed it on one specific thing. No. You not making your bed and dad and me fighting has nothing to do with you being molested. No, that's not how that works. Like, no. Like, you can't always use it as the excuse of why shit goes wrong in the family. And so this is in 2005, so the kid's 30 now. To this day, she believes these things went on. Because if they didn't, how can she explain all the family's problems? To this day, I can't open up with, and I didn't read this part. I did not read this before I read this to you. And I did not read this before I said, I'm pretty sure there was issues with the family. I didn't read this far down. The furthest part I read, I think, was maybe this. And I didn't really, I was going to say it probably impacted the mom's relationship with him. I didn't read further than the dysfunctional family part. I swear to God. To this day, I can't open up with her about my personal problems. She's always asking me why I never do. That one night skewed our relationship. Wow. Just wow. I can't put it any other way. This is why it's so harmful to do something like that. To lie to a child in the moment. Don't tell a kid you're going to believe them and say, no, I don't believe you. If you're going to do that, do it a different way. Right? If you're going to do that, say, I believe you. I want you to, I'm listening to you. Tell me more about it. Can you write it down for me? Can you, if they're able to write, can you give me some more details about what happened? Can you tell me why you lied? Can you do all this, right? Can you go into the background? I want to know. I'm your mom. I want to know. Even if you don't believe it, you don't have to in that moment. You don't have to. I had this conversation earlier today. You know, even if you're in disagreement with your kid, even if you know your kid's lying, don't let on that you know your kid's lying. And don't just assume that they're lying. Give them a chance to speak. Give them a chance to talk. Give them a chance to have their fucking voice heard. Let them say, and then if you really want to show that they're lying, walk them through their logical missteps. Show them how they're making the missteps. And now the problem is you have to be open to the fact that as you're walking through this, that you fucked up too, and that you're making the missteps and going, okay, mommy was wrong, or daddy's wrong here, and I'll admit to that. I'm sorry. I thought maybe there was a mistake, but I am wrong. I am sorry for that. But I do believe you. I do want you to know that I recognize that I made a mistake and I want to grow from it. And I'm trying to be better about it. And you can do that just as calmly as I'm talking to you guys right now. It's not terribly difficult, but you have to be open to it. But one thing parents are afraid of is being open to being wrong in front of their kids. Because they feel like it undermines their perspective as a parent or their authority as a parent. It does not. In fact, being wrong makes you human. It makes you approachable. It makes you, be okay to be someone to go to. That's fine. Don't, undercut yourself on accident. But to me, it's sad. This guy, through no fault of his own, effectively, has had a fucked up relationship with his mom for more than 15 years. Longer than that, actually. Probably 20, because of how long the trial shit went on. Probably 20 plus years. Had a dysfunctional and skewed relationship with his mom. Once the case was over, it was just over. In the past. The defendants were set free, and that was it. The kids' parents never asked, why were they innocent? Why were they unable to find evidence to convict these people? Well, technically they're innocent until proven guilty, but that's its own argument. But that's a good thought process, in my opinion, at least for a kid, right? Why couldn't they find anything? Why weren't they able to show this guy did do these horrible things, right? This is interesting. Let me scroll back up. My family has not seen the movies or read the books questioning the prosecution. It's like skeletons in a closet that you just don't want to take back out. I'm the only one who ever brings the topic up and who admits nothing ever happened to me. I've said I've lied about everything, but I've never gotten a real response from my mother and stepfather. It seems really strange seeing their reaction to the fact that nothing happened to me. If I had gone on my whole life thinking my child was molested, I would be elated to find out that he or she wasn't. I'd like to think learning that your child was not molested would supersede anything. After all you have is your next day. It would be a shame to live the rest of your life thinking molestation happened when you could think it didn't. So he's thinking in a rational perspective here, right? About this parental perspective. And do you want to be the parent that was wrong for that long? Do you want to be the parent that can say that, do you want to, because think about it. It's not just the kid, yeah, you're kind of happy your kid wasn't molested, but it's also, I just made my family look like fools to the entire country. to the entire world. I caused millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to be spent, if you care about that. And for people to be drugged through years worth of shit. For my kids to have to go through these awful investigations and awful interviews. I mean, there's a lot of more fallout to it than, yeah, great, your kid wasn't molested, but does it outweigh the other things? Some people it doesn't. Whether that's a rational or irrational decision or rational or irrational weighing is potentially subjective. I would think it's, you know, an irrational weighing, but some people could make a rational argument for it. I don't want to say that, yeah, it's possible that it's okay to outweigh those things and say it's better. But no, I don't necessarily say so. I'm not saying that, but as a general rule, but I think you guys get what I'm saying. McMartin is something negative in my life, and I'm trying to make it a positive. I got 2 little kids I love dearly, and they've changed priorities in my life. My goal is to raise them as best as I can and try and lead by example. I'm going to be totally honest with them to say, this is something that happened to me. I did something dishonest. Then at some point I was able to be honest about it. I want my children to be able to come to me like I wish my parents could have been with my parents. Good fucking job, buddy. Good fucking job. See, that's the example you want to set as a parent. Imagine being that parent. Imagine being that parent that says, I caused the nationwide satanic panic scare. Sort of. I was hugely responsible for it, at least, right? I had a big fucking influence on it. And I still tried to do the right thing. But my parents wouldn't listen to me. I want you to know that you will always be able to come in and listen to me. Do you recognize how fucking good of an example that is as a parent? I caused 100 million people or more to freak out about what had happened. But all I needed was 2 people to believe me, and they wouldn't believe me. And I want you to know that I'm today telling you that I will always be one of those 2 people you can come to. And I will always trust you. And I will always listen to you. And we will always work together to figure that out. That's a powerful message. That is a powerful parenting fucking point, right? You cannot do that any better. I don't think you can have a better example as a parent to say, here's why I'm always going to listen to you. And I'm always going to put my faith in you as my child. Now, we may end up being wrong, but I'm going to listen to you. I want you to know that I will listen to you. But we both have to know that there could be something that, it could go wrong. We could both be wrong. But I will listen to you. Right? Let them know that you're going to listen. So we continue. I'm a supermarket manager. And the thing I like best about my job is interactions I get to have with customers' kids. I love talking and listening to them. I've been told I would be perfect for opening a children's daycare. That's very ironic. God fucking damn it. Wow. Do you think you could ever open a daycare without facing scrutiny? Do you? And it's disgusting because he probably could. But I'll say this is a great way to finish this article. I would love to look at the defendants from the McMartin preschool and tell them, I'm sorry. How and Why Kyle Came Forward by Debbie Nathan. I first heard from 𝗦𝘂𝗫𝗍𝗄𝗏 via email early this summer. He contacted me because I appear in the documentary film capturing the Friedmans, which he had just seen. Members of the Friedman family were accused of mass child molestation in Long Island, New York, in the 1980s. Research I did years ago suggested that many or all of the allegations were false, and in the film I talk about this. I also discussed the McMartin case. I looked into it while co-authoring Satan's Silence, a book about the national panic over sex abuse in daycares and schools in the 1980s. Zarpolo found my website and wrote that he was chilled by the film's depiction of the Friedman family being destroyed by children's false accusations. It was basically the same as the McMartins. I did that. I feel very ashamed. He told the police and prosecutors about being abused was true, he added. He regretted it for years. Now he wanted to apologize to the defendants in person. I told 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗫 I wanted to hear his story. Offered to put him in touch with the McMartin defendants. Some are dead, including Virginia McMartin and her daughter Peggy McMartin-Buckey. Ray Buckey and his sister Peggy Ann, as well as former McMartin teacher Babette Spittler, declined to meet with 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗫. They've always staunchly proclaimed their innocence and said they don't need apologies from former students who were children and couldn't help themselves. Peggy Ann said that they would rather hear from the police, social workers, therapists, prosecutors, doctors, and parents who fueled the case. Wow. See, this is something I got to give props to the defendants for. Ray Buckey and his sister Peggy Ann, and as well as the teacher Babette Spittler, declined to meet with him because they said that they don't need apologies from former students who were children and couldn't help themselves. Peggy Ann, Ray Buckey's sister, said that they would rather hear from police, social workers, therapists, prosecutors, doctors, and parents who fueled the case. It probably would be therapeutic for Kyle to be able to talk to them. I'm not going to lie. Maybe would be helpful. Even if they don't need the apology, just giving him the chance to speak the apology because he's got this weight on his shoulders. Maybe hearing it face to face would probably help. They might be a little triggered, and I don't say it in like a jokey way, but they honestly might be a little triggered to meet him face to face because they know him being one of the people that sat in front of the grand jury, sat in front of the shit, who basically influenced the charges. That could be a bit upsetting to kind of think about again, but it is what it is. I mean, you can't really force them. They have to be willing to want to do that. 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗫 says his mother and stepfather divorced years ago. Couldn't reach his stepfather. And when I contacted his mother for comment, she declined. I wonder why. 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗫 says she, quote, doesn't agree with his decision to tell his story. As for his stepfather, all 𝗬𝗂𝗬𝗫 will say is that he's very ill. So, how Kyle's story snowballed. James M. Wood, a research psychologist at the University of Texas, El Paso, has studied the McMartin interviews done by Children's Institute International. And I'm going to look that up and see if I can find any of his research on that, because that might be fun. Let's see here. So, done by Children's Institute International. Giving children dolls and puppets during a forensic interview encourages them to pretend and fantasize instead of sticking to facts, Wood said. When an interviewer refuses to take no for an answer, this implies that another response is required, even if it's not true. Saying that a defendant such as Ray Buckey is being followed by undercover police implies that the accused is dangerous and that children should help lock him up. And, says Wood, telling children that, quote, everyone's talking about the crime, quote, creates conformity pressures that are highly improper. Abso-fucking-lutely. So, this psychologist is kind of pointing out some of the shit that, one second. Let me see if I can find this shit real quick. Martin interviews. It might be on his CV. Here we go. Perspective techniques in the courtroom. No. Here we go. I think I found it. I think I found the article. Because honestly, all this shit's fucking amazingly educational. Again, as sad as it is to fucking see, I don't like seeing it. I never do. Oh, he was in a book? Or this was also published as part of a book? That's cool. Oh, there was a couple papers on this, so let me see if I can download that. So if you guys aren't familiar with being able to access research papers hidden behind paywalls, definitely do not go to sci-hub.org. definitely don't go there and paste the DOI or title of the article in the search box. Definitely do not do that. Sometimes you luck out, and like most of the time it'll work. There are times it doesn't. Oh, come on. I can't. I might actually have to download this book first and then download or grab the article from it. Motherfucker. All right, so let me try and find this book because this might be really fucking helpful. So another website you can not go to is libgen.is, and do not search for the name of the book in the search box. Sometimes you might actually have to be creative with it and enable wildcard search. Let's see here. Because it's not always the most accurate. Because I really don't want to have to buy this book. Because it could be expensive. Damn it. Yeah, I can't find the book. Son of a bitch. How much is the Kindle version? 52? Jesus. Hell no. How new is this book? I might buy a used version of it because it's only like 15 bucks. Let me put that in my cart. Or at least put it on a wish list. Yeah, not totally digressing at all here. Where the fuck is my wish list thing? Add to list. I think this is the right one. That'll work. Okay. Now, while I do that, let me try to find... Oh, I think I might have found it. Is this it? Yes! Thank you! Oh, I love whoever did this. Thank you so much. It looks like someone scanned in the pages of the book from... Yes! Oh, I'm so happy right now. They scanned it with 2 fucking pages on a single sheet. So, god damn it. I'll live. But I can live with this. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, actually, it was the ncjr.org that did it. So thank you for that. Or what's CICTX? That's a member login thing. PBS, Welfare Academy. Damn it. What's this one? Is this by Woods too or no? No, this is from someone else. Let's see. That's a good article, it looks like. I will bookmark this for a later date. Okay, I got what I wanted for now, I think. And I need this one. I'm almost done, guys, I promise. Because I can't see the chat right now. Yes, I got the article that he wrote. Holy shit, it's 34 pages. Okay. I'm still going to download it, though. Let me see if I could skim to the helpful sections that are relating to what we're about to talk to. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, let me move this over here because I'm going to need that in a moment. Just pop that out. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Okay, so let's finish this, and then let me also pop this one out too. Okay, let's continue. I do have a tablet. I have 2 that's I think 𝗦𝘂𝗫𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 eBay for like stupid cheap. The only thing is to do it with highlighting and like the arrow thing I do, I have to set up my screen properly. And I have to change like a couple settings to make it work. And I didn't think it was worth doing for that today. So I was looking for research papers by Dr. Woods, by Dr. James M. Wood. So I found one of the papers he did on the interviewing process they did. So we'll review that. Yeah, I know. Leave me alone. The power of the highlight. No, the highlighter is, don't you guys remember? If you were here for that, you guys remember that. That's bigoted or something. But yeah, I do have a couple tablets, and I have, it's a software called PP Ink. It's like G Ink, but better. It's a free program that lets you do like on-screen highlighting and stuff. But because of how it works, you have to share your whole screen or the whole monitor, because with StreamYard it only captures windows or tabs, and you can't capture two at a time. So you have to share the whole screen, which means anything I've got going on in that window or on that monitor, I have to move to the other monitor. So that's why it's not. So let's continue. A few years ago, Woods did an experiment in which children were questioned using McMartin interviewing techniques. After 2 or 3 minutes, most of the kids started to make up bizarre stories. According to Maggie Bruck, a psychiatry professor at Johns Hopkins University and a researcher of children's memory and suggestibility. So let me grab her name, because these are all good things to kind of keep in the back pocket as far as names and papers and shit. Wood's experiment and others have led to the consent. They now agree that CII's methods in the McMartin case were inappropriate. CII Senior Vice President Steve Ambrose says his organization, quote, is, quote, not in the business of promoting false allegations and never has been. X'd it out. Coof. McMartin was the first case of its type. Experts have learned a great amount since then in how to interview children about sexual abuse in ways that meet the needs of the criminal justice system. This remains very difficult. But we're more sensitive now about making sure that the way we interview kids will stand up in court and that what we say will not be taken out of context. I don't know, man. Some of them videos, I don't know if they're necessarily out of context that they showed in that New York Times video, man. That doesn't seem out of context to me. It seemed like they were showing you fucking, because like he was saying, the puppets make it really, especially the dolls, for example, the dolls that have the hair in the genital area, they're meant to, because they have dolls, and they use this for multiple reasons, but they have used them for kids who've been sexually abused. They will have anatomically appropriate dolls that have a penis or a vagina or breasts, depending on the age of the doll. If it's like an adult doll, or if it's like a teen doll, or if it's a prepubescent doll, it'll have the stuff will look appropriate. And the goal is, okay, did you get touched? Show me on the doll if you've been touched, right? The joke that people have made before. It's been and was a thing, right? So, following is a condensed transcript of a March 10th, 1984 CII interview with Kyle Sapp, now known as 𝗂𝗫𝗄𝗃𝗀𝗃. Sapp was interviewed by 2 CII staffers. And this is by the author of this article. So it ends with, DN. So I'm going to read you this article real quick, or this transcript. So Kyle, Mr. Ray, so Ray Buckey. So I'm going to leave that out moving forward. If it says Ray Buckey, I'm just going to say Ray. So Mr. Ray didn't work there when I was in there. Interviewer 1, what do you mean? Kyle, yeah, he didn't go there. Interviewer 1, a long time ago, some of the kids said that there was some secrets from that school. Some crummy things happened, and we told them about our secret machine right here, and our puppets who are real smart guys like Mr. Snake. Here's Pac-Man, and we told them how smart our puppets were and how they help kids talk about some stuff sometimes, and we've been playing detective. Kyle nods. Interviewer 1. We can talk about those secrets now, Pac-Man, and you can help Kyle. Everybody's talking about it now. You know what? We're going to tell you one of our special secrets, because we have a secret that they've been telling all the kids. And this one is, you're going to like this one, Pac-Man, because Kyle's dad is a policeman. We know that sometimes Mr. Ray was at that school. He wasn't a teacher then, but we know he was at school. Do you remember that, Pac-Man? And then Kyle. He didn't work there, but I know that when another kid's probably name was there, it happened. Interviewer 1. Well, you know what? We know that even before Kyle was there, Ray was there. And we know that he was there when Kyle was there too. Kyle said, they said that on TV he did something. Interviewer 1. We know this about Mr. Ray, that sitting outside Mr. Ray's house is a special policeman in a regular car. He doesn't wear a uniform or anything like that, but he sits in a regular looking car outside Mr. Ray's house. He watches all the time. And if Mr. Ray goes out of his house, then that secret policeman follows him. He'll be right behind him and he won't even know he's there. Think it's a good idea, Pac-Man. Kyle, uh-huh. Interviewer 1. We've got a mountain of dolls here. Here's a little girl. Easy to tell she's a girl. She has a bow and her vagina's underneath. Kids throw him up, beat him up and everything. You should have seen another child beating him up. Boy, we had a good time. Interviewer 2. Beating up Mr. Ray doll. Interviewer 1. And let's see. I wonder, Pac-Man, if you remember any of the games that you used to play at that school. Kyle. Yeah. Interviewer 1. Yeah, like which one do you remember? Which ones do you remember? Kyle. Like Mr. Ray, he would get his camera and then he would take their pants off and then they would go in their pool and then he would take pictures. Interviewer 2. Your mom and dad already know that game because they heard it from other kids' moms and dads. Interviewer 1. Did any other teachers play Pac-Man? Yeah, they took pictures too. Interviewer 1. Oh boy, gee. We're really figuring this out. What a big help you are. My goodness. So that was part of the transcript. Condensed, but part of the transcript from the CII interviews. Do you see how there's issues with this? Actually, one more thing I'm going to try and search for real quick because I would die to find more of these. I bet you that they're out there somewhere. I bet you there's transcripts out there. Because the videos definitely aren't. Yeah, that did escalate quickly, Diego. That's a real fucking escalation. What the hell's this? Whoa, we found something here. The fuck did I just find? So this is an article from 1989? Yeah, 1989. By 𝗦𝗂𝗫𝗶𝗁, who's a psychiatrist. So the abstract of this, so we'll skim through this because there's a small transcript thing in here that's different. And it's a hell of an escalation from the fucking other one. Because this is some crazy shit. IPT journal. Here we go. Okay. So this is from Learning from the McMartin Hoax, 𝗦𝗂𝗫𝗶𝗁. Abstract. An analysis of the videotapes of the McMartin preschool sex abuse case shows a strong pattern of pressure, coercion, and manipulation aimed at getting children to make statements about abuse. The tapes from this case should be widely studied and that they are key to understanding how the children could come to sincerely believing the things that never happened. Shortest Mike, you've missed us reading a transcript of part of a transcript from the interview of Kyle Sapp / 𝐓𝐢𝐩𝐬 from the McMartin interviews by CII. They were the people doing the interviews of the kids about whether they had been abused. And Diego can kind of show you how it was maybe inappropriate in some ways. So slowly, begrudgingly, more and more people are beginning to recognize the charges against the McMartin preschool are without foundation. Remember, 1989 here, guys. Without foundation. Even more importantly, the cause of this tragedy is also being acknowledged in some circles. Others, however, despite being in a position to see how the hoax developed, refuse to face up to the truth. If the allegations are not true, why would children say they had not only been sexually abused, but have also been exposed to rituals involving animal slaughter and even murder? The answer is both simple and terrible. They were trained first by the, quote, experts our law enforcement agencies trustingly allow to, quote, evaluate the children, and then by therapists hired to treat them. Most influential among those defending the way in which the children were interviewed is psychiatrist Roland Summit. Summit, 1986, had written in an LA Times editorial that the McMartin children were victims of sexual abuse, that the social worker 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗂𝗏 and the Children's Institute International used proper up-to-the-minute techniques to interview the children, and that the crumbling of the prosecution merely points to weaknesses in the criminal justice system. Summit argued that, quote, there was both reason and precedent for the methods used in the initial interviews with the children, unquote. 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗂𝗏, we are told, practiced, quote, state-of-the-art, highly evolved, intensely specific, and largely unknown outside the fledgling specialty of child abuse diagnosis, unquote. This new art form, Summit continued, was, quote, an amalgam of several roles: the knowledge of a child development specialist to understand and translate toddler language, a therapist to guide and interpret interactive play, a police interrogator to develop evidentiary confirmation, and a child abuse specialist to recognize the distinctive and pathetic patterns of sexual victimization. We evidently need such artists to assist police investigators because their, quote, specialist understanding is both unexpected and counterintuitive. Summit, 1986, page 1. Summit doesn't tell us whether he has viewed any of the videotape interviews done by 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗏𝗏 and her proteges, but either way, his defense of the techniques used is itself indefensible. I don't know which is worse, defending interviews which he has studied and which so clearly show the children were trained by the interviewers to believe they were molested, or defending interviews which he has not studied. God damn it. No, I can't do it. I can't. No, don't make me do that. No, God damn it. No, God damn it. God damn it. When you say they're on pretty different levels, what do you mean? That he studied the material, like that these are two different levels as far as studying them and then not recognizing that they were trained by the interviewers, or that he's defending defending something he hasn't studied? Because to me, I'm laughing at this for a specific reason. I'm not laughing at the abuse. I'm laughing at a specific reference that certain people will understand. Outside of that, no one's going to get it. So, based on my own viewing of videotapes of 46 children in the McMartin case, I can state categorically that the children were in every single session, and that's underlined in the original article, outrageously manipulated by their interviewers. That's not me. During the past 5 years, I have studied about 700 hours of audio or videotapes in cases of alleged child sexual abuse. All too many show a pattern of interviewing techniques aimed at getting a child to admit abuse rather than to find out if any has occurred. None, however, were as systemically manipulative as those done in the McMartin case. In each and every session, a pattern emerges in which the children are alternatively prodded and charmed, cajoled and tricked, until they finally give the interviewer what he or she wants, some, quote, yucky secrets. Because those who have viewed these tapes are under court order to not to release any portion of them, I am unable to use transcripts of these interviews to illustrate how the children were trained. One example, however, was published in the Washington Post by Guarini in 1988 after a tape was played for a jury in the preliminary hearing. It involved an 8-year-old boy who was 4 years old when he attended the preschool, and 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, an unlicensed social worker who was and is the director of the diagnostic clinic at the Children's Institute International. So they've been unlicensed in the damn. I need to dig into that bitch. Having seen so many other sessions done by 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗏𝗏𝗏 and those she trained, I can attest to the fact that this example is not an unusual one. So he's basically saying that these examples are kind of similar to the ones that we don't have access to, right? So as we come to this expert, the boy is holding a Pac-Man puppet in his hand. So McFarlane. So this is the chick who is the director. The McFarlane, the director. So this is the woman, 𝗬𝗃𝗃. Here's a hard question. I don't know if you know the answer to it. We'll see how smart you are, Pac-Man. Do you remember did you ever see anything come out of Mr. Ray's wiener? Do you remember that? Child, no response. McFarlane. Can you remember back that far? We'll see how good your brain is working today, Pac-Man. Child moves puppet around. Is that a yes? Child nods puppet. Yes. McFarlane. Well, you're smart. Now, let's see if we can figure out what it was. I wonder if you can point to something that was of what color it was. Child tries to pick up the pointer with the Pac-Man's mouth. McFarlane. Let me get your pen here. Puts a pointer in child's Pac-Man puppet's mouth. Child. It was... McFarlane. Let's see what color it is that. Child uses the Pac-Man hand to point to the Pac-Man puppet. Oh, you're pointing to yourself, McFarlane. Oh, you're pointing to yourself. That must be yellow. Child nods puppet. Yes. McFarlane. You're smart to point to yourself. What did it feel like? Was it water or was it something else? Child. What? McFarlane. The stuff that came out. Let me try. I'll try a different question on you. We'll try to figure out what that stuff tastes like. We're going to try and figure out if it tastes good. Child. He never did that to me, I don't think. McFarlane. Oh, well, Pac-Man, would you know what it tastes like? Would you think it tastes like candy, sort of trying? Child. I would think it tastes like yucky ants. McFarlane. Yucky ants. Whoa, that would be kind of yucky. I don't think it would taste like, you don't think it would taste like strawberries or anything good? Child. No. McFarlane. Oh. Think it would. So do you think that would be sticky like sticky yucky ants? A little. Holy shit. Do you see problems here? Goddamn, like seeing this and seeing that, like knowing what I've done and how I've dealt with kids and shit, and seeing this, I want to vomit because this is so fucking wrong. There's so many ways I could dissect this, and I'm not the fucking expert. Like, this isn't a psychiatrist. This isn't a psychiatrist doing an interview. This is an unlicensed. So McFarlane is the director of, at this time, the CII, the Children's Institute International. It says an unlicensed social worker who, so they're not like a licensed clinical social worker. They might be either a bachelor's or master's with social work, but they don't have their clinical license. So they don't have any the ability to clinically practice. At least that's my understanding at this point, right? Yeah. So shortest mic. So there was a dropout for getting a bachelor's of fine arts from Ohio before getting into her career. So she doesn't have a master's degree or anything like that. So can you confirm that for me? If McFarlane had a master's degree before 1990? Or if she was licensed in any way to practice clinical interventions? It's a woman. McFarlane is a woman, is my understanding. So let's continue. Having seen similar examples over and over in the McMartin tapes, only one conclusion is reasonable. McFarlane and her trainees decided before the first interview that children were molested at McMartin preschool. That's not how you do that. However, they now try to rationalize their interview techniques. Again, 1989. So they're kind of CYA probably at this point. Their behavior with the children looks like an attempt to squeeze from the children evidence of what the interviewers were convinced must have taken place. So my best guess would be that McFarlane and the other trainees allegedly had a preconceived idea of how this abuse took place. And in trying to gather the evidence, we're putting, like, for example, the Pac-Man. Did you see anything come out of his penis? What color was it? Well, if it's a boy or girl, if it's a boy they're interviewing, boys know that stuff that's yellow comes out of the penis because they urinate. Girls, probably best guesser if they've ever seen a boy. Like they know that maybe to a little bit, that they're 4 maybe. Giving best guess, right? I don't know anything else. But you noticed how that McFarland was not happy that it was yellow? And then tried to take the taste of it to, being yucky and of being sticky? Or what was it? Or what was the texture? They were already trying to, they weren't asking open-ended questions. They weren't asking, because we're going to touch on in a minute, technically the ways you're supposed to do this. So, because I got something extra to do that. I mean, the thing is you don't ever want to put words in kids' mouths whenever you're doing these interviews. That's the last thing you want to do, because then you ruin any chance you have at winning. It's not necessarily grooming. It's more priming, more, it's kind of priming to get the answer you want. You want them to, you're implanting ideas. You're causing them to remember shit that didn't happen. And then when they see they get rewarded for reporting this shit, like Kyle was talking about, he doesn't, he's looking out for his sister and brother in his head. He's trying to make his mom and stepdad happy. He doesn't understand the massive fall. He doesn't understand people will go to, he may not understand that these people might be innocent and that his lying could go to jail. The interviewers tell him that this is a bad person, that there's this secret policeman that follows him because he could do bad things to kids. So there's a secret policeman that follows him all the time to make sure he doesn't do bad things to kids. Of course the kid's going to think he's a bad guy. No shit. I could have had any fucking one of you tell me that. Holy fuck. Like, it's not hard. This is not difficult. Damn. All right. By now, all charges have been dropped on 5 of the 7 original McMartin defendants. Virtually everyone close to the case has been recognized. Virtually everyone close to the case has recognized that only political considerations mandated a trial of the remaining 2, given the complete lack of evidence other than the statements wrenched from the children by techniques like those illustrated above. Even what was alleged to be physical evidence seen on medical examinations of the children is now being shown to be unreliable. Coleman in press. LAD District Attorney Ira Reiner, who I think was that bitch on that video, who was saying, well, there was some good shit that came from this. I think that was that bitch. Who inherited the case from, or no, maybe that was a different one. Who inherited the case from his predecessor, has publicly admitted as much. Interviews by Mike Wallace for the 60 Minutes program, Reiner admitted, when I took office, I assumed, I suppose like almost everyone else, that these defendants, all of them were guilty. How old was McFarland? How old was McFarland in 1985 or 84? Like, hold on. Because that makes her, no, she was born in 1947. She's still alive? There's no way. Born Kathleen McFarland, 1947. So there's no date. So she was born in 1947. Okay. Oh, did I find the fucking testimony? No way. Fuck yeah, I might have got lucky on that. This could be a long stream. God damn it. Why do I do this to myself? This is like, this is like a fucking, she has a master's from birth. No, just no. I'm not even giving you that one. Testimony by 𝗬𝗙 McFarland. Let me see if I can find this. You exist as background cringe. Yay, long. I'm only worthy of background cringe. Do you know how that makes me feel? Do you know who my husband is? Hey, Biden. What's up, buddy? Today it's going okay, but it's a fucking awful topic we're talking about today. It's okay. Ken feels a bit better. Ken's not feeling good about this topic, but it's what it is. Kenan's only discussing this topic because it's somewhat relatable. Oh, yes. Oh, I'm so happy I got it. This is amazing. This is amazing. Okay. Okay, so that might be... Do you guys want to do that? Do you guys want to go through the transcript by McFarland? From the witness, so she's a witness for prosecution? Oh, dude, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm someone's background cringe. I feel pretty... Oh, so... copyright struck. God damn it. Anyway. Okay. I might need someone to play King McFarland, though. We'll have to see. So, fuck is my mouse at? Thank you. Son of a bitch. I don't have anything to do. Well, oh, that's what I wanted to do too. So, let me do it. Because I need to run to the restroom. And is this it? Did not get a chance to play this for you guys yesterday because I was stuck being sick. So, we'll do this. So I have to use the restroom. So I'm going to do, oh, it's 8:30. What a pussy. Okay. I found them. There is a link on the Wikipedia page, but it links to a page that no longer exists. But I did find them through a Wayback Machine thing. So let's do this. So let me remove that. And then let me share this. And so I'm going to share this for you guys as a treat. As I need to use the restroom. So I'm going to mute myself and I'm going to share this with you. It should not take me as long as this video is. But I'm going to leave it for you anyway. So hopefully you guys don't need the whole damn thing. So, you guys ready for this? I love you guys this much. Twisted, you might want to stay for this part. At least stay for the music. I'll be right back, guys.
Mommy shark, do-do-do-do-do. Mommy shark, do-do-do-do-do. Halloween, do-do-do-do-do. Mommy shark.
Daddy shark, do-do-do-do-do. Daddy shark, do-do-do-do-do. Halloween, do-do-do-do-do. Daddy shark.
Grandma shark, do-do-do-do-do. Grandma shark, do-do-do-do-do. Halloween, do-do-do-do-do. Grandma shark.
Grandpa shark, do-do-do-do-do. Grandpa shark, do-do-do-do-do. Halloween, do-do-do-do-do. Grandpa shark.
Creepy, creepy zombie sharks, zombie sharks, zombie sharks. Creepy, creepy zombie sharks are roaming in the sea. Creepy, creepy zombie sharks, zombie sharks, zombie sharks. Creepy, creepy zombie sharks are dancing in the sea. Creepy, creepy zombie sharks, zombie sharks, zombie sharks. Creepy, creepy zombie sharks are dancing in the sea.
Happy Halloween! I'm the driver of this Halloween bus. Hang tight! The Halloween bus goes round and round, round and round, round and round. The Halloween bus goes round and round on Halloween.
The vampire bus goes, I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. The vampire bus goes, I'm hungry on Halloween.
Hello, guys. The skeleton bus goes crack, 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 crack. The skeleton bus goes crack, crack, crack on Halloween. The jack-o'-lantern bus goes trick or treat, trick or treat, trick or treat. The jack-o'-lantern bus goes trick or treat on Halloween. The baby ghost bus goes peekaboo, peekaboo, peekaboo. The baby ghost bus goes peekaboo on Halloween. The scary shark bus goes ding-a-ding-doo, ding-a-ding-doo, ding-a-ding-doo. The scary shark bus goes ding-a-ding-doo on Halloween. Happy Halloween!
Congratulations to the mermaid couple!
My dear bride, spooky bride, be my bride on this Halloween night.
Scary Halloween night, scary Halloween night.
My dear bride, spooky bride, you're spooky beautiful, my one and only bride.
Spooky mermaid wedding on Halloween. Spooky mermaid wedding on Halloween.
My dear groom, spooky groom, be my groom on this Halloween night.
Scary Halloween night, scary Halloween night.
My dear groom, spooky groom, you're spooky wonderful, my one and only groom.
Spooky mermaid wedding on Halloween. Spooky mermaid wedding on Halloween.
It's the day of the dead. Are you ready to meet our friends?
Oh, it's so spooky.
Set up the marigolds, make a way, light the candles on this day.
Celebrate with all the spirits. Dance, dance to the chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala. Chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala. Chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala.
Paint your face, put on a big smile, dress up in your festive style.
Celebrate with all the spirits. Dance, dance to the chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala. Chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala. Chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala.
Here we have prepared a feast. Candies, tamales, dead bread to eat.
Celebrate with all the spirits. Dance, dance to the chumbalaka, chumbalaka, chumbala.
Let's see if it brings it back up. We'll see. Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. God damn it. No, come on. Bring it back. Bring it back. Come on. Bring it back. Come on. Let's bring it back. Let's see. All right, so let's continue. All right. At least I caught it in time. Okay. I assume I am not back yet. Totally worth it. Yeah, it was. That was fun. So let's see if it comes back. Back now? Back now. Okay. Okay, back now. That was totally worth it. No, Joji, I didn't. I don't learn lessons. Apparently you haven't been paying attention for the last 3 months. Next time I'll need to just turn the volume down a little bit more. I think that probably didn't help. That, and I ended up being in the restroom longer than I planned on. So there you go. You're welcome. That was not my fault. The last minute of cancer was Baby Shark Halloween song stuff. Basically, it was just different Halloween songs. So yeah, I'll need to change the speed next time. I had to go really quick, so I didn't want a Biden Vatican incident. So that was 100% not my fault. I am never at fault for anything. How dare you? How dare you? There was multiple songs. There was like 15 to 20 minutes of songs. I wasn't sure how long I was going to be, so I was hedging my bets that I would be okay until then. We got like 6 minutes in under that. So note to self, this shit triggers after about 5 minutes. Good to know. Thank you, fucking YouTube. Do I look like did this face look like a decent streamer to you? Oh, there was like 10 more minutes of cancer. Yeah. So let's finish this article by this psychologist or psychiatrist, and then let's jump into that transcript, because I really, as much as I want to touch on the false memory stuff too, I think I might do I think I might have to do that as a second stream. It's like a part 2, because I'm really enjoying learning more, because some of this shit I've stumbled across by accident. Like, some of this is accidental. This is the face of immaculate professionalism. Yes. And you know what? I'm screenshotting. I'm full screening my screen, and I'm screenshotting that just to say I have it, because I'm going to fucking use that. And somewhere I'm going to use that as a like reference somehow. Don't ask me why. I just am. So there you go. So I full screen that, and I'm holding on to that. So yeah, I will play Alex. So I love the Alex Jones folk song. I love that. That's the funniest shit to me. So thank you for the torture. Also, let me shill real quick. So if you want to help support the stream, you can do that by super chatting below, or you can go to supportken.com/tip, and it'll take you to my Stream Elements tip page. I get more of a percentage from the Stream Elements tips than I do from YouTube, because YouTube takes 30%. I only lose like 3% because of credit card processing fees from Stream Elements, so it's a bigger chunk. If you want to do more than a one-time tip, you can also follow me on Locals at kenscounselingcouch.locals.com, or you can go to supportken.com/locals-support to support me monthly, or supportken.com/locals-donate for one-time support, and you'll get roughly how many months of support for that one-time donation, depending on it. Right now, the minimum is $5 a month. You get access to Locals Only Lives, which I think we'll still do one after this to talk about how this relates to a certain relatable case. And we will maybe do Cards Against Humanity. I don't know if we'll have time for it. So, also, I need a volunteer. Does anyone want to volunteer to jump up? And also, you can still, if those other methods aren't ways that you like to donate, or if you don't want to get on locals, or if you have a reason, because I know I saw someone in comments, they stated that they have an issue, they don't feel comfortable getting on locals, that I'm willing to try and figure out an alternative for some people to get access to like the Discord, at least. So if people reach out to me, we can work out something. So we'll figure something out. But let's get back to this, and then we'll do a. Yeah, I know. I'm sad for that too, 𝗬𝗫𝗍𝗫𝗫. Apparently he's at work, even though he had to leave for work, but he's self-employed, or had to talk to someone, but still jumped in to shit on me earlier, and still shitting on me about my views on pedophilia, even though he doesn't understand the statistics, which I could go on for like ever on how wrong he is, because he doesn't understand it. Trade for pictures of traps and diapers. No, I'm not doing that, Joji. You act like I need that. So whoever wants to come up and read, you're welcome to. Raise your hand or identify yourself. I know Twisted had to take off. I know she's usually one of our fun transcript readers from our accidental transcript. I think, Alyssa, are you saying you're volunteering? Or does someone else want to volunteer? You called Twisted? Okay. Let's see. I called Twisted. Oh. Stag, get up here. Let's hear your voice on stream. Come on, Staggy. Come on, someone. I don't like reading transcripts by myself. So. Because it's not fun reading like a Twisted nominated Stag. So I think there's 2 votes now for Stag. I guess it depends if Staggy's at work. Oh, okay. But that's fine. I'll read it by myself. I'll be all alone. This is just like when I didn't get picked for everything. RIP. Let's see here. Let's see. Hold on one second. What the fuck? I just had the damn things up too. Stupid fucking transcripts. Oh, yeah. I've got how many tabs open right now? 52. That's going to work real well. Testimony of 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗵𝘁𝘀. Here we go. Okay. Okay. So let's pull up the rest of this article and jump back into it, and we will finish this bitch up with some fun transcripts. If you can dodge a transcript reading, you can dodge a ball. You have 10. Oh, this is way longer than 10 minutes, man. This is really, there's a long kind of fucking thing. I think it's, how many pages is this? Yeah, between the direct and cross, it's multiple pages. Yeah, I'm going to tear into it after I finish this first thing. So I appreciate the volunteers. No, it's probably going to take 20 minutes, I think. Depending on how slow we go and if we're stopped for commentating. So I can read it by myself. I was just being lazy. So, and offering people the opportunity to jump up too. Oh, motherfucker. I did the thing. History. Recently closed tabs. The fuck are you? 8 taps. You motherfucker. Here we go. No. Go away. Okay, go away. Oh, God. The baby shark came back in my ear. I thought I was about to go live again. That was scary. So if Steg, you want to come up here. So real quick, while I'm waiting for Steg, check out the Discord link. And I'll see if anyone else wants to join. So let me do this real quick because I need to touch on the stuff we didn't finish in this journal thing real quick. So it basically touches on this in this journal article about this part here is important, I think. So let me share this, share screen, Chrome tab, journal article, go. Okay. Yeah, what was in my earphones is what it was. So let's do this. Let me pull this back up while I'm waiting for someone to pop in. So I skipped a little bit. So he said when he took office, he just kind of supposed guilt and took guilt like everyone else, or assumed they were all guilty. One of the things at the time that struck me was the total lack of corroboration. There was a total lack of corroboration, hundreds and hundreds of charges and no corroboration. That is obviously disquieting. Reiner went on to identify the correct source of the problem. The entire case was turned over by the district attorney to a group of social workers. Now these people are absolutely unqualified to handle a criminal investigation. They start from a premise that no child is capable of fabricating stories about sexual molestation. To do so will require them to talk of a thing which they have no understanding or knowledge, and so we can always rely on a child talking about being sexually molested. But what we had here were these social workers questioning the children, asking very leading and very suggestive questions, which you guys have kind of seen in the transcripts. So Reiner provides an example. They'd have little Bobby sitting there, and they'd say to Bobby, "Did the bad teacher touch you in a yucky way in this place right here?" And Bobby would say no. Then they'd say, "Wait a minute, Johnny has already told us this happens. Now you're just as smart as Johnny, aren't you?" And after a bit, then maybe Bobby would say, "Okay." He'd nod his head, "Yeah, it happened that way." And then once they get the child to say that, then that's the end of the interview as far as they're concerned. They go on to another subject. Finally, Reiner made a staggering admission. Asked by Wallace how many of the 200 hours of videotapes of the children had been viewed by his office prior to sending the case to the grand jury indictment, Reiner said, in round figures, 0. That is amazing. They didn't watch any of the tapes before sending it to grand jury. They had them. They had the ability to fucking request them too. So, okay, Stag, I got you here. Welcome to the party.
Hello.
So, are you hearing this? Do you hearing this bullshit?
Yes, I hear all of it.
It's amazing. It's sad. It's just awful.
Where can I read this?
This is on a different website. I'm going to keep links to all this stuff because this is some real good shit. Where can I bookmark this? Here. I'll just add to my reading list for now. And let me add it in this folder. So the link, so let's bring up the testimony. So basically, skimming through it, they basically admit they kind of fucked up. And they raised points that, it's like, I've never said, for example, that children don't lie about sexual abuse. But I have pointed out the statistics that it's rare. And it's usually in only certain specific situations where you normally see it. So it doesn't mean that it never happens. But it also depends on the interview technique, too. Because I know I've been criticized on that. So it depends on multiple factors. Especially when you have a system in place that believes that kids can't lie. And that's a problem. It's also just as bad as when you have a system in place where people think, or a preconceived notion that kids can't, that they are lying just because of X, Y, or Z, which we'll get more into on my local stream in a bit. Because I'm going to touch on a relatable topic. Kids are liars, though, but this is something that they rarely lie about. I've gone through the statistics on multiple streams. So, shit, this is... Okay.
Oh, I have that link.
Do you have this link?
Yeah. You had it in the Discord earlier.
I did?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I did. Never mind. So, do you want to play the woman?
I will play whatever you want me to play.
Okay. Because then you can be the social worker.
I
and
can be the
I will be the
switch.
prosecutor. Or, yeah, you play a good switch. So, well, I mean, not necessarily play you are, but it's whatever. Anyway, so I'll be direct examiner and the cross examiner, and you'll be McFarlane. So you get to be the unlicensed person that's the director of the place.
That sounds accurate.
My name's Roger, and your name is Key. All right. So, what is your occupation?
I am a social worker and a director of the Child Sexual Abuse Center at the Children's Institute International, she said. She said she was director of the program focusing on sexual abuse of children, that she received a bachelor's degree in fine arts in Ohio, then decided to discontinue her studies in fine arts and began working with children. I applied to graduate school at the University of Maryland and began work with a number of organizations that were involved in services to children. I worked with groups that were studying the court system, just trying to get to know people and how the system worked. McFarlane said she had received her master's degree in social work in 1947. Go ahead.
Sorry, that's just not possible. She was born in 1947. I'm so confused.
Maybe it's 1974 and it's just transposed there. It's possible. It's just a typo.
It is possible. What school did she say she got it from?
University of Maryland for graduate school.
Yeah, you continue reading while I look something up.
Okay. I was requested by one of my professors to try my hand at writing federal grant proposals. There was a priority announcement for federal funding for child abuse centers, 10 of them in the country, and various universities and other organizations were applying for them, and so I was asked to write a grant proposal which hopefully would allow the University of Maryland to be the source of one of these grants and start a child abuse program. The grant was awarded. I helped to organize the people who would run that project. In 1974, McFarlane said she went to New Jersey to work at another child sexual abuse program, another of the 10. It was a major grant. 2 of the components of the grant were made into subcontracts of the grant, which I was in charge of.
I think
we're back to you.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to find that thing. Well,
No.
And so, where did you go in 1976? Okay. So it sounds like that was 76.
Yeah. To Washington, D.C., I went to join the staff of the National Center on Child Abuse and Neglect. I was asked to come and be a member of the staff of the National Center. My job title evolved into Child Sexual Abuse Specialist. I oversaw a number of programs that were funded by the federal government. I was in Washington for 6 years. The United States Congress passed an amendment which provided special emphasis on child sexual abuse, and they authorized separate federal funding that would be specifically targeted to child sexual abuse.
I'm just going to say that this title that reads really weird. Like that like comes off as like I'm an expert at this. Like that could be read really weird.
Well, I mean, she clearly was.
I mean, she kind of is. Wow, it's not funny, but it's kind of sad.
It's morbidly funny.
So let me cross-examine you. So when Name of Girl says she doesn't remember any naked games, you said, I don't know them all because other kids told me. Do you think that puts pressure on Melinda to remember games that she might otherwise not remember?
Yes.
Do you think that having naked dolls with anatomical parts tends to suggest to the child naked games, naked people?
No, I don't believe that.
You made the statement, every kid from the preschool came in and told me. Do you think that the statement puts pressure on a child?
No.
You said, that's why we wanted to use puppets. We wanted them to get real brave because more than 60 kids have come in and told yucky secrets, and every day more kids come in and tell us what went on down there. Do you think that statement might put undue pressure on Girl's Name to comply with what other kids said?
That statement was true. And we
oh, is that you or me?
I don't know. It's not really clear there.
I think it's me now. So and we found out all the scary stuff was just a trick to scare the kids to make them kids think that somebody would hurt their moms or dads or hurt them. We found out. Doesn't that tell children that you know that something happened?
Yes.
In this interview, are you the source? You are the source of contagion, right? Objection sustained. All right. The kids, mommies, and daddies now know what happened at the school. All the touching, all those sneaky little games. Do you think by using that statement and authority figures as sources of knowledge is putting pressure on her?
I'm telling her all the parents came to see me and now it's okay.
But before that, did girl name make any of the statement about touching?
I don't really remember.
I do
not recall.
I was going to do the same fucking thing. So, yeah. Well, I'm glad you're not so dumb, Snake. Do you think by telling the interviewed girl that you are telling her she's dumb if she didn't agree?
No.
The mommies and daddies are so glad the kids are telling. When you say this stuff happened, are you telling Melinda touching happened at the preschool? So much for the kid's name being taken out.
Yeah. I think I'm trying to tell her I know something happened. I use the word stuff on purpose.
Yeah, that's vague.
Yeah.
Do you believe that these statements tell children you believe molestation happened at the preschool?
No.
With the use of grown-ups and authority figures?
No.
Now, Snake, I don't think those teachers... So there's a quote. So now, Snake, I don't think those teachers should still be teaching. Do you? Do you think that calls for an opinion?
Yes, I think it calls for an opinion.
Don't you think it tells Melinda the teachers are molesters?
No, not at all.
Another quote. So, well, Mr. Snake, you and any puppets you want to use can help us figure out if so no more kids will have that yucky stuff happen to them. Do you think that this is one of the most fundamental pressure points? All of the other kids said it happened. Parents, key, authority figures. Isn't that telling Melinda that the kids are getting raped and molested? Secret police are watching Ray all the time. Don't you think that statement might influence Melinda to believe that Ray is a bad person?
Yes.
And we're going to make sure no more kids get hurt. What did you mean, we?
I was referring to myself.
If you have a good memory like all the other kids, isn't that putting pressure on Melinda?
I'm not asking her to comply with my statement.
Oh, wow. It's a fucking kid. I think we should beat up Mr. Ray. What a bad guy. Don't you think he's a bad guy? He's not going to do this to any more kids, is he? Did you encourage Melinda to beat up the Ray doll?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
Is there a clinical reason for doing that? A therapeutic reason?
It can be.
Looking back on this interview, do you think Raymond Bucky ever had a fair chance?
The issue of fair may have to be left to the courts to decide.
No further questions at this time, Your Honor. And so let's cross-examine your ass again. You indicated you had training from the FBI.
No, I was the trainer.
And who trained you before you trained the FBI?
I attended numerous workshops.
Did you ever sit down with police officers and did they tell you what law enforcement needs to do in interviewing a child who may have been molested?
Yes.
Do you think that by disrobing a doll and exposing a child to what appears to be an erect penis, that's suggesting things to the child?
Well, we worked very hard on the dolls to have them not appear to be an erect, stimulated penis. In fact, we tied them down. Kinky.
The fuck?
If you're asking about whether it can ever affect a child, it's one the research of the last 5 years has been investigating, and there's absolutely no evidence in the research that they do that. Providing incorrect or false information just because they've got these dolls.
I'll give her a little credit on this. The dolls themselves aren't necessarily, but I think if you present them naked, that might start the game out. Not the game, but the questioning out from a bad point of view.
Quick question.
Go for it.
Is my audio okay? It might be because of the delay, but I'm seeing myself light up at times that don't look like I'm supposed to be lighting up.
You mean are you watching the stream or are you watching the StreamYard? I'm not noticing a delay. It might be.
It's probably not the delay. It's probably the out of the corner of my eye I see it lighting up. We're good.
Okay. So I'm picking up here. The reason you used ugly face dolls is because you wanted to impress a negative perception of Mr. Bucky. And then you go on to use a black doll with funny boobies to represent Peggy Bucky, right?
I couldn't say, for the most part, children pick the dolls.
Do you see any harm in telling a child what other children said?
Harm? Well, I can see it can become a problematical issue in legal cases, but it doesn't have any effect one way or the other. You cannot say that it is harmful. In fact, I did it because I saw a potential for children sitting and clamming up. I did it to prevent that.
You can't distinguish whether what the child says thereafter is something they actually experienced or something you're telling them other kids said. Isn't that one of the issues? Assuming the prosecutor objected, speculation, and the judge sustained. And so, didn't you tell in the grand jury that you did not tell one child what the other children said, combining your telling a child that naked games were played at the school because all of the other kids told us, and then to say, quote, the kids really didn't tell us, the puppets told us. What was the combined effect of that?
Hold on, I lost my place.
I've got it highlighted.
I'm not looking at that.
Oh, it's what I was trying to do. Okay.
What I was trying to do in telling her that, I already knew was to take from her any burden she might have about the repercussions of telling. I was offering the puppets as a medium to communicate.
And when you did that, did it occur to you that you might be creating a sort of realm of fantasy in which children might make false accusations in which they believe they're just pretending?
No, it's a major issue because there's not any data to show that has ever happened. Any! But because it is constantly raised, all of the studies with the use of anatomical dolls have shown that the use of those dolls does not in any way lead to false reports about abuse. And there are now, because of this case and the many other cases in which these issues have been repeatedly raised in court, we now have research that looks into issues of suggestibility. There are 5 or 6 articles which address these exact issues which you are raising, and they are debunking the idea that by suggesting to children even leading or misleading questions suggestive of child sexual abuse, they are debunking the idea that children can just pick up and just repeat it. It's information that I didn't have when I did these interviews. Now, 5 years later, the research is out there, numerous studies, and the resistance of children to these questions is in the 93 to 99 percentile. There is now research on the subject.
Yeah, I'm going to push possible X on some of that. My gosh, it sounds like there have been a lot of current studies that really back up your techniques. Could you be a little more specific, please? The name of the author, the title, the date of publication. Oh, I love the next response.
I can't recite that off the top of my head.
You would know, I would for a fucking fact come into anything like this having at least half a dozen things I can fucking cite to. Because this is a fucking national case, right? You're going to be fucking grilled. You should have something to cite to. Goddamn.
That's something you would expect them to prep for.
I would, and I'm not fucking, wouldn't even do that in a shitty case. Like I do that in a basic bitch case. Just taking the act of a child beating a doll, do you feel there's a difference in interpreting what is going on when a child beats a doll of their own volition as opposed to a child beating a doll at the suggestion of an adult?
It can be different. It can be the same. It depends on the child. It may be the same whether they're invited to do it or whether they do it on their own.
That's not necessarily incorrect. To the extent that you adopted this doll beating technique, you cannot direct us to the identity of any child in the McMartin case that initiated it in their own right, right?
Not off the top of my head.
And did any of these children of their own volition initiate the doll beating?
I do not recall.
You suggested it to the children?
I don't recall.
God damn it. Have you ever been tested for, I was going to say, have you ever been tested for autism? No. Have you ever been tested for your credentials as an interviewer?
Not that I can think of. Over the last several years, I have been one of the trainers. Several years ago, California changed its licensing requirements for psychologists and required that they be trained in the area of child abuse. And I've trained a number of these, and I also teach a course at USC, which meets the requirements for psychologists.
You accept, don't you, that in some of these interviews you urge these little children to beat up these dolls?
Yes.
And at the beginning of this piece, you're introducing the name of a game and the fact it may or may not be a naked game, correct?
Correct.
Don't you feel that is overly suggestive to a child to tell the child that it's naked?
Absolutely not.
I'd like to explore a little of what you said about the children naming names of other children, looking at the names in this piece on Horsey Game. Is this the context in which the child names names of people who played the game?
We asked the children. That's one way we name names. They pick them out of photographs. That's another way. There are specific places in these interviews where I ask the child, was this child involved? Or did they get touched? Or were they naked? And if the child confirms those direct questions, I would generally pass that along.
Would you generally pass along by telling somebody in the police department, would you?
Yes, we're required to do that.
As a consequence of this conversation with the child about this Horsey Game, did you suggest that he might be stupid chicken?
If you're referring again to my talking to the puppets, I describe that every way I know how.
Quote, McFarland, all right, Mr. Alligator, are you going to be stupid? And then you introduce in your words, not his, the naked movie star game, correct?
Yes.
You kind of really can't say no to that. And wasn't the essence of what you learned from him that he hadn't seen or heard about this naked movie star game until he heard this song?
This chant?
This chant. Well, that's what he said in this segment. And was your response that he was dumb, I think?
Yeah, that's weirdly organized there. Anyway, no, that means you're smart.
Wouldn't the inevitable impact of this exchange be that any child would figure that you're calling him dumb?
It was an attempt to reach out with the puppets to help the child.
After he said he didn't see any naked movie star game, you would ask him to took pictures for that game, correct?
Yeah, I asked him who took pictures of the naked movie star game.
When you talk about Horsey, you were the one that added the names of those games and the descriptions to the interview, weren't you?
No, some of the children said Horsey Game.
Anyone in this case call it the Horsey Game before you mentioned it?
I do not recall.
How about the tickle game? You are the one who put those words tickle in, aren't you?
No.
Isn't it very easy for you to say there were lots of unnamed children out there in other interviews without identifying the child?
I did not make up a single game. These all came by children or by information I had beforehand.
Did you not introduce...
That information beforehand is kind of important.
Yeah, but the way they keep citing to it, though. So did you not introduce every one of these games to the child in this interview?
No, of course not.
You introduced a naked movie star, didn't you?
I'm not disputing that I introduced games. You asked me if I introduced every single game, and I'm saying I referred to Lookout.
Your technique, Miss McFarland, is to take perfectly innocent games and convert them by the insertions of words like naked and yucky into accusations of crime, isn't it?
No, it is not.
And how do you justify after he tells you, quote, tug of war, the introduction of the word naked?
I don't think we're talking about the same game. I asked him if any games were played, and he says tug of war.
Quote, McFarland, Mr. Peckman, do you remember any naked tie-up games like other kids remember? The child answers no. How can you justify inserting the suggestion that there were naked tie-up games when he just told you about tug of war?
I can justify it by dozens of other children who told me they were tied up naked, showed me with the dolls, told their parents.
After hearing it from the parents, you didn't include it in your tapes, right? And did you make an effort to force little name of boy to make an accusation of oral copulation on my client in that interview?
Absolutely not.
Your sequence in the technique with the interviewed boy was to first talk about sexual acts and then attempt to have him demonstrate them, correct?
No, the goal was to take it all and show anything significant to the parents.
What we saw the boy doing, demonstrating a little doll with its penis in the mouth of another little doll, do you think that had any pornographic effect? Objection sustained. Okay, fair enough. I could see where that would be objected to. I think that's a fair objection because this doesn't necessarily relate to... it doesn't necessarily have to be pornographic. I could see why that would be... yeah. I could see that. It's a fair objection. McFarland, so quote, McFarland, When Ray comes out, what does Ray do? How does something get into that hole? Boy, well, nothing gets in that little hole. McFarlane, remember when we figured all that out? That's already in the secret machine. Boy, oh yeah, let me think. McFarlane, remember that? How did that get in there? Let's just show how that happened. That'll be easy. And that can be in the secret machine. All gone. How did it happen? Boy, well, Ray kicked him. Does it seem apparent to you at this time that he's saying nothing happened to his bottom?
No, it doesn't seem apparent. It seems to me that he's having a hard time with those questions.
What you were really trying to do was get him to demonstrate sodomy with the dolls so you could show it to the parents. Wasn't that really what you were doing?
Mr. Davis, I never set out to try to prove to 300 plus parents that I could make them believe by looking at some segment of tape that their children had been molested. I wanted them to see what I saw because they knew their kids better than I did, so they could know in their own minds whether something happened to their children.
Do you see yourself as a link in the process that led to the children making these accusations?
I believe that I enabled children who had not been able to describe things before they came to me. My job was to uncork the bottle, to see what they had to say once they had gotten over the fear they had.
And that's the end of the transcript at this point. So that's interesting, to say the least. Victim interviews.
Indeed.
Oh shit, I found some of the transcripts from the interviews. I think some of these are ones that were already out though. Oh wow, these are definitely leading. Do you want to see the link? I guess I can pull them up.
Sure.
Okay. I don't know if you want to read these ones though, but
no, I gotta go.
That's fine. Thank you for sticking around.
Yeah, I'll come back on later if you need people to read. But
yeah, I don't know how long you'll be gone for, but
a few hours.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be back. I don't know how long this is gonna go still, but thank you for showing up. Thanks, Dag, for your helpful playing of a bad social worker.
You are welcome. I will still be around in the chat. I just can't be on mic.
No, that's fine.
All right. See you.
Take care. All right. So that was that. Here is the article that I wanted to read before I found this. This is the Wood article. Right. Yep, this is it. Okay. So did I download this already? Yeah, I'm going to download it again. I'll just delete it later. That way I don't have to freaking search for it. And I can just open with System Viewer directly from the browser. Okay. So this is that 30-something page article. Ken says this, but Ken, still here at midnight. No, that's not what's going to happen. It's 9:24, so I'm 24. Let's aim to do this. So let me stop this share window of that. But I need to bring up the tools first to comment. Because I need the commenting tools to highlight the way I like to highlight. Because I like using the different colors. And can I highlight with this one? Yes, I can. Perfect. Okay, cool. So I can do highlighting. Perfect. Sweet. All right, here we go. So let's do this. This is... Okay, none of that stuff up top matters. All right. Can I pull this out? There we go. Now I got to share the window again. Here we go. I think that'll help with some screen space, so. Or not. Fuck it. So this is the article I was talking about. So this is the article by Dr. Wood. So James Wood, and there's several other authors. So suggestive interviewing in the McMartin preschool and Kelly Michaels daycare abuse case is a case study. So I'm going to skip some of this, and we're going to skim through it. So here's the, I'll read the abstract, and then I'm going to skip to the sections that, I'm not trying to do 7 hours, Ken. I don't like doing the stupid long streams because I know a lot of people can't listen to them. And I know it's a lot to listen to and chug through. So there's that. I don't know if people like 7-hour long streams. Plus, it's a lot to do in one sitting. Doesn't help my back either. But I do them. So here's the abstract from this article. In the 1980s and early 90s, the United States witnessed an outbreak of bizarre daycare abuse cases in which groups of young children level-led, I think that's a typo, allegations of sexual and satanic abuse against their teachers. In the present study, quantitative analyses were performed on a total of 54 interview transcripts from 2 highly publicized daycare cases, and a comparison group of child sexual abuse cases from a CPS, or from Child Protective Service, confirming the impression of prior commentators. Systemic analyses showed that these interviews from the 2 daycare cases were highly suggestive. Damn it. Right. Compared with the CPS interviews, the McMartin and or Michaels interviews were significantly more likely to A, introduce new suggestive information into the interview. That's a problem. B, provide praise, promises, and positive reinforcement. Also problematic. C, express disapproval, disbelief, or disagreement with the children. More of a problem. D, exert conformity pressure. Really big fucking problem. And E, invite children to pretend or speculate about supposed events. Really problematic. So, actually, where the fuck is it at? So, real quick. I'm going to touch on this real quick before we dig into this, because this is how you're supposed to do it. So, it's really short, but it'll give you an idea of the way it's supposed to go. And these are lessons learned from this case, right? So this was part of what helped, and this is done for eyewitness. So this is a type of interviewing technique used for eyewitness accounts to help improve memory retrieval. And it also helps with, I think, preventing suggestion, right? So let me share this. So I think this is a better way to do it, right? Oh shit, wrong one. God damn it. Chrome tab, cognitive interview. Here we go. Okay, better. So the cognitive interview with Dr. 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗰. So this is from Simply Psychology, a great website. So findings concerning the unreliability of eyewitness accounts have led researchers to attempt to devise methods for improving retrieval. One of these methods is the cognitive interview, which is decently known. Cognitive interview, CI, is a questioning technique used by police to enhance retrieval of information about a crime scene from eyewitnesses and the victim's memory. The following 4 basic principles are used: mental reinstatement, report everything, change order, and change perspective. So, because our memories are made up of a network of associations rather than discrete and unconnected events, there are a number of ways that these memories can be accessed. The cognitive interview exploits this by using multiple retrieval strategies. So this is a helpful way. So you'd use multiple ways to make sure you access all parts of the brain and all parts of the memory. The cognitive interview involves a number of techniques and mnemonics. Mental reinstatement of environmental and personal context, right? The interviewer tries to mentally reinstate the environmental and personal context of the crime for the witnesses, perhaps by asking them about their general activities and feelings on the day. This could include sights, sounds, feelings, and emotions, the weather, etc. In the interview, witnesses are often asked to use all 5 of their senses in their recollection of the event. This can help in recreating the events clearly in their mind and may trigger the recall of context-dependent memories. So think about triggering PTSD memory. If certain things are connected in a certain way, you might need the sight, sound, taste, smells, touch, those kind of things, right? To be able to get those memories. And so the next part of the technique is reporting the event from different perspectives. Witnesses are asked to report the incident from different perspectives, describing what they think other witnesses or even the criminals themselves may have seen, right? So this isn't necessarily to child abuse interviews. That's done in a different way. But this shows you how you deal with the potential for witnesses and eyewitness recollection. And so this is a way that you focus on the way that the mind works, on the way the brain works, to give you the best ideas in recollection and the best ideas in how you do these types of interviews. So you don't get remembering the wrong suspect or remembering the wrong person or thinking that it happened a certain way or the other. So describing the event in several orders. Recounting the incident in a different narrative order. 𝗦𝘂𝗍𝗻 and Fisher proposed that due to the recency effect, people tend to recall more recent events clearly than others. Witnesses should be encouraged to work backwards from the end to the beginning. So that's where, okay, let's start at the end. And then what happened right before that? And so you go from, like if you were to work back from the streams, okay, we talked about this. What did we talk about before that? What was the details about that? Tell me more about that. You know, what did you see? What did you hear? What did you smell? You know, and then in-depth reporting. Witnesses are asked to report every detail, even if they think that detail is trivial. In this way, apparently unimportant detail might act as a trigger for key information about the event. You would be surprised at the smallest things that can make someone remember shit, right? So it is believed that the change of narrative order and change of perception technique aid recall because they reduce witnesses' use of prior knowledge, expectations, or schema, which you don't want. You want them to remember what happened, not anything else. Not to try and, because what will happen is, like a schema is like a certain thought pattern or a way you process information, is you can apply your schema to what happened to try and make sense of it, and that will skew what actually happened. And so that's why asking it in a different order, in a different ways, and different focuses, you can't use it to the same degree you would, or if at all. So a psychology laboratory experiment conducted by 𝗦𝘂𝗻, Fisher, McKinnon, and Holland in 1985 compared the cognitive interview with the standard police interview and hypnosis. So the aim was to investigate the effectiveness of the interview. Participants viewed a film of a violent crime and after 48 hours were interviewed by a policeman using one of the three methods: the cognitive interview, a standard interview used by the LA police, or an interview using hypnosis. The number of facts accurately recalled and the number of errors made were recorded. Results: the average number of correctly recalled facts for the cognitive interview was 41.2. For hypnosis, it was 38.0, and for the standard interview, it was 29.4. There was no significant difference in the number of errors in each condition. Conclusion: the cognitive interview leads to better memory for events, with witnesses able to recall more relevant information compared with a traditional interview method. And then the cognitive interview video. So Karen was arrested for abducting her own daughter. Although we know that Karen wasn't the witness, watch this clip to see techniques used information elicited from Karen. So how long is this? It's 1:51. So what is this? Do I have sound on? I guess we can watch this. It's only 1:51.
So, well, I mean, why did you phone the police when you knew where she was?
So nobody suspected anything.
And how would, by phoning the police, people not suspect you? What did you hope to achieve by that?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you said that I'd phone the police so nobody'd suspect anything. What do you mean?
I think so Craig wouldn't suspect me doing what we're doing with Shannon. I've been leaving him and stuff.
So this again was part of your act, to make it look like you were genuinely missing?
Yeah.
When you really knew that she wasn't genuinely missing. Is that right?
Yeah.
So then the police have come to your house, have they?
Yeah.
And what have you told the police?
I've told them what she was wearing and stuff like that.
Did you tell them where she was?
No.
Well, why not?
Put in front of everybody and everybody ever got me for it.
Yeah. Why didn't you tell them?
I think the answer in the question, isn't it? What she said.
So why didn't you tell the police where she was at that time?
Because I didn't exactly know where she was. No, she was with him somewhere, but I didn't know where.
I don't know if that was the best example. So, critical evaluation. So this article points out The limitations. So one limitation in the cognitive interview is that it's time-consuming to conduct and takes much longer than a standard police interview. A rapport must be established and it requires specialist training. 𝗬𝗲𝗿𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 and WAG staff found many police officers did not use the CI technique in less serious crimes as they did not have the time. The cognitive interview may produce a vast amount of information, but it may not always be practical or helpful in terms of allocating the police to effectively investigate the incidents. It is also time-consuming to train police officers to use this method. This means that it's unlikely that the proper version of the cognitive interview is used. Another limitation is that some elements of the cognitive interview may be more valuable than others. For example, research has shown that using a combination of report everything and context reinstatement produce better recall than any of the conditions individually. 𝗬𝗲𝗿𝗵𝘁𝘀 set out to investigate the effectiveness of police thing. Number of facts was called. Cognitive interview is useful when interviewing older witnesses. Wright and Holliday found that the older the participant, the less complete and accurate the recall. But when they used the CI technique, the older participants recalled significantly greater detail without giving any false information. Therefore, the CI can be used to ensure that all eyewitness testimony is as accurate as possible to avoid possible age bias on recall. So I think that's interesting. Again, so it's not necessarily directly a sexual abuse interview, but this is the type of interviewing that focuses on cognitive functions like the brain, the way the brain remembers things. That's clearly something you need to fucking take into consideration, I would think, when you're doing these types of interviews. So let's jump back to this article real quick, and then we will end the stream. So I'm going to skim down here. This kind of gives a history of the situation, the overview of the case. It talks about the case, the charges were dropped, talks about the 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐽𝗄 case, over another daycare worker sentenced to 47 years in prison for sexually abusing 20 preschool children. For detailed history, see this. So here's what we're going to do. So aims of the present study. So this is what my purpose is. We're going to read the aims of the study, the methodology, and kind of what they did, because all of that gives relevant information, I think. The present study quantitatively analyzed child sexual abuse interview transcripts from the preschool and the 𝗬𝗏𝗄𝐽𝗄 case. A study using fine-grained, rigorous analysis was... Oh, God damn it, I forgot to pull the thing up. I'm so stupid. I'm fucking tired. Aims of the present study, and let me zoom out to 270. That'll work because it's mostly full screen. Okay. First, psychologists, legal scholars, or a case study was using fine-grained, rigorous analysis was deemed important for 3 reasons. First, psychologists, legal scholars, and journalists who have criticized the interviews in the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 cases have typically taken an impressionistic approach, supporting their conclusions with isolated quotes from the interview transcripts. So, example, Brucken-Sessi 93. A quantitative analysis of the interviews can provide a more objective basis for opinion and confirm whether earlier critiques accurately reflected the content of the interviews. Second, a case study using quantitative analysis may reveal features of the interviews that are not immediately apparent to impressionistic observers. For example, which leading interviewing techniques were used most often in the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 cases? Were the techniques used in both cases highly similar? If not, what were the differences? The answers to such questions may help illuminate the nature of suggestive interviewing as it occurs in real-world cases. Third, analysis of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 transcripts provides an opportunity to develop and validate scientific measures of interviewer suggestiveness. That is probably extremely helpful. So having the ability to say, you are, as an interviewer, being suggestive based off of an interview of your transcripts, right? You know, if I could, say for me, if I'm in court, like, based off the transcripts, this person, their suggestibility was a 2 out of 10 on the scale, a hypothetical scale, right? Whereas the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, it's like an 8 or 9 or 10 out of 10, right? So you can say it's very light, it's very low on this scale. It's unlikely that this was possibly what caused it. Future research on real child forensic interviews can progress more quickly if measures with demonstrated reliability and validity are available. Constructs analyzed in the present study. So this is what they did in this study to analyze the interview, right? All transcripts in the present study were analyzed using scores that fell into 3 general categories. 1, interview length. How long did it take them to do the interview? 2, form of the questions. So how are they wording the questions? And 3, suggestive techniques. These 3 categories were selected because they are linked with relevant theory and have a focus on prior research. So see all these other citations. The remainder of this section provides an overview of the constructs measured in the study with a summary of relevant research and theory. Because the number of constructs is relatively large, the discussion of individual constructs is necessarily condensed. Fair enough. Interview length. 4 aspects of interview length were analyzed for each interview. 1, total interview length. How long was the overall interview? 2, number of words spoken by the interviewer. Number of words spoken by the child for number 3. And 4, ratio of interviewer words to child words. Number 4. Do you see how... Oh, thank you, Bob. I appreciate that. Say, I like doing these streams. I like reading scientific articles. I actually really enjoy this shit. It's really fun to read articles and to read research. Because, 1, people don't always... this is a 34-page paper. Are you going to read this for pleasure and fun? With the great fresh mint of the bubble mint gun. God damn it, I forgot the lyrics. Anyway, but you get the point. I like this. It's good. People should know these research articles exist and what they mean and how they impact your life. Right? This stuff changed an entire field to help make sure that we don't falsely accuse people of shit. To make sure kids aren't implanted with ideas in their heads. Because of this, it's very likely that the statistics on false accusations being low is because we don't accidentally implant them anymore, right? If the idea of a false accusation being a low thing means that we're not, as a profession and as a field and as police and federal agents and as therapists and psychologists, we're not doing this type of shit anymore to negatively impact people. So I'll take that. That's a win to me. That is a win in the overall. It's a fucking shitty situation that this hell had to happen. But it's a win for where we are over the last few decades. It's been a really good change, I think. Because studies on child interviewing practices and forensic settings usually analyze interview transcripts rather than video or audio recordings. Interview length has typically been measured not in seconds or minutes, but is by the number of exchanges or utterances per interview. So, citations to some study stuff. Some guidelines for child interviewing suggest that interview length can become a matter of concern if the child becomes fatigued or shows signs of wandering attention. Another citation. Published guidelines for child forensic interviews frequently emphasize the importance of allowing children to talk at length and describe their experiences in their own words. So this right here is important. I've said that all day. They need this, and that's not just for this. That's for a lot of things. Kids need to speak up on their own. They need to put the shit in their own words, which can be difficult if it's a very traumatic experience. It can take time. Doesn't mean it didn't happen. It can be scary to say the words out loud, but you can't be the one to put the ideas in their head. However, some observers have reported that law enforcement and child protection interviewers often do considerably more talking than the children who are being questioned, which does happen. It has been suggested that a high ratio of interviewer words to child words may serve as a rough indicator of unskillful or suggestive interviewing. I could see where that's coming from. Form of questions. 4 aspects of the form of questions were analyzed in each interview. 1, open/narrative questions. 2, yes or no questions. 3, choice questions. So like pick A, B, or C. And 4, focused specific questions. So very direct answered questions, like on a very specific point, right? These 4 categories partially reflect the way that an interviewer has exerted control and influence during the interview by, quote, agenda setting, limiting the conversation to certain topics, which you would kind of get from these kind of questions, right? Whereas more open and narrative is going to be less likely, because yes and no questions and focus questions can limit your conversation, or the options that you get in a choice question can be very limiting. So, and that kind of goes on here, right? And limiting and controlling the number of choices and options, constraining responses to questions, like I just said. Ironically, I summarized it without reading it. Most published guidelines recommend that the child sexual abuse interviewers begin the substantive part of the interview with open-ended or free narrative questions. So you start it with this. because you do not, tell me what happened. What's been going on? Why have you been feeling this way? Right? Is there something that makes you feel that way? And let them speak it out. And employ such questions as much as possible in the remaining parts of the interview. Perfect. Beautiful. That's exactly what I would do. Open-ended questions are deemed desirable because they are less likely to be suggestive than other forms of questions that are much likely to be answered accurately by children, or much more likely to be answered accurately by children. Furthermore, research on child sexual abuse interviews have found that an open-ended question is likely to elicit more information on average than a question of another form. %, true. I would agree with that. And obviously, a bunch of fucking research points to that. So, most guidelines also indicate that yes/no questions. Did it happen more than once? Choice questions. Were your clothes on or off? And focus or specific questions. Where did that happen? How many times did that happen? Are appropriate in child interviews if they are generally non-suggestive and used sparingly. So think back to the transcripts we read while they were condensed snippets. Were they any of these things? Did you get the same experience that we're talking about here? Right. So you guys can do kind of the research in your head from just the small sample set we saw. Were they using those techniques? Were they very sparingly using these types of questions? Were they giving these children the answers? Were they forcing them to make choices? Were they open-ended? So research indicates that such questions can elicit useful information, but often at the cost of reducing children's accuracy or introducing elements of suggestiveness, which in a criminal trial, the defense will hit on all the time. Do not ruin the ability for your child to have a criminal prosecution be successful if they were abused. That's why that's what pisses me off about shit like this, is those kids may have been abused, but we don't know. We can't know at this point. And it's fucked. Because maybe they were, and maybe some of that shit did happen. But it spiraled so badly, there's no way to know. That's so mad. That's so irritating, and it makes me so mad. Because those kids deserve a voice. They do deserve a voice. And it's fucked up that they don't get it. Studies have shown that law enforcement and social service personnel tend to rely heavily on yes/no, choice, and focused questions in child sexual abuse interviews, even when open-ended questions are likely to be more effective. So the police and social services still use these types of questions. They don't use the open-ended questions, even though they're known to be more effective. Again, this is a bit older, but still, I bet you this is still a problem. I bet you it may not be as big, but I bet you it's still a problem. And then we're on to the third point that they measured suggestive interviewing techniques. And then the 5 subsets that they interviewed found with that. 5 types of suggestive techniques were analyzed in each interview. 1, reinforcement. 2, repetition of questions. 3, co-witness information. 4, inviting speculation. And 5, introducing new information. So someone had to go through and code every transcript with all 3 of these things, the big groups, and then all the little points, which it looks like there's like 10 or 12 points of data that you have to get from every interview. Every fucking thing you have to read and find out if that exists. Reinforcement by an interviewer can take several forms, including A, praising or otherwise rewarding the child for saying something what the interviewer wants. Thanks for telling me, you're so smart. Have we seen that at all today? B, giving the child negative feedback for failing to say what the interviewer wants. Are you sure? Positive? Or C, indicating that praise, rewards, or negative consequences are forthcoming depending on what the child says. Let's see if you're smart enough to remember what happened. And I'm pretty sure these are all quotes from the transcripts, right? That's why they're using them. Psychologists have long recognized that reinforcement strongly shapes children's behaviors. Citations, even going back to 1969, and recent research has shown that as a powerful and swift-acting social influence technique when used in child interviews. For example, in a study by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 et al., 120 children aged 5 to 7 were visited in their classroom by a young man known as Paco Perez. A week later, they were questioned about his visit. All children were questioned using mundane leading questions. Did Paco break a toy while he was visiting? And fantastic leading questions based on the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case. Did Paco take you somewhere in a helicopter? Half of the children were also reinforced with praise for answers that were accusatory towards Paco and mild negative feedback for non-accusatory answers. In interviews that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes, reinforced children were induced to make 35% false accusations against Paco, compared to 12% for non-reinforced children. Wow, that's a jump. That's almost 3 times. That's almost 3 times using this here. Look, helicopters are very easy to get access to. You're just doing it wrong. That's the problem. You're just doing it wrong. You just don't know how to get a hold of a helicopter. So, and I don't know, Joji, if they were necessarily in the original case were doing it specifically trying to do everything wrong. They may have had the idea that they thought they were doing the right thing, and that can also, well, remember, this was a separate study. Like, they did this as a separate study in 2000. Yeah, in 2000, that this was a study done to see if they could use leading questions to see if they could convince people that Paco had taken them places, or Paco had done certain things, or Paco had broken a toy. And when they reinforced it, they got 35% to make false accusations. Only 12% who weren't reinforced did. So so that's for just basic bitch so mild negative feedback. So like little, not like anything out of the order, like not anything big. It's a mundane, but so for fantastic questions, the false accusation rate was 52% for reinforced children and 5% for non-reinforced children. So for shit that's way out there, like Paco took you on a helicopter, the rate of false... Oh, shit. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Thought my dogs were fighting. So, didn't mean to run away. Two of my dogs are blue heelers, and so they like to kind of nip and herd because they're herding dogs. So, one of them tends to be, the smallest one likes to think she's the biggest one, and so she'll like try and herd the other dogs. It usually doesn't work out well for her because she's not as big, and so they'll sometimes get into arguments, basically. And so I hear yelping and barking. I need to go make sure they're okay. I don't know if you guys could hear it or not. Yeah, but there's a couple of them that yeah, I'm good. So I know a couple people asked me if I'm okay. No, I'm good. I was just worried about my dogs. So, when re-interviewed a week later without reinforcement, children reinforced at the previous interview, so it looks like a week after the first interview. So, children reinforced at the previous interview continued to make accusations about the same rate as previously. So, if they were reinforced at the first interview, and then they waited a week and then were interviewed again, but they weren't reinforced at the second interview, they still made the same level of false accusations. Isn't that stupid? That's stupidly levels of stunning. That means that if you can reinforce a child at one interview negatively, like you can do that type of reinforcement, it will stick. They'll hold to it. For some reason, they'll hold to it, right? Several authors have identified repetition of questions within and between interviews as a potentially suggestive interviewing technique on the grounds that repetition can sometimes constitute a form of negative feedback, indicating to a child that previous answers to a question were unacceptable. Makes sense to me. Research indicates that repetition of question choices, but not open-ended questions during an interview, can reduce the accuracy of children's reports regarding their experiences. right? The suggestive techniques of co-witness information involves telling a child or adult witness what other witnesses have supposedly already said or observed. It is well established that such social consensus or social proof can be a powerful influence technique. I completely agree with that. Kids, they're very social creatures. Recent research has shown that co-witness information in child interviews can create conformity pressures to, quote, go along with other witnesses and induce stereotypes that influence responses to other questions. Agree. The interviewing technique of inviting speculation involves asking a child to speculate whether a particular event may or may not, whether a particular event, to pretend, holy shit, let me start from the beginning of that sentence. The interviewing technique of inviting speculation involves asking a child to speculate whether a particular event may have or could have happened, or to pretend that it has happened. Several studies have shown that this technique can reduce the accuracy of children's memory reports, probably by inducing source monitoring errors. And then there's a shitload of citations for that. The technique of introducing new information involves introducing new post-event information, either accurate or inaccurate, so the accuracy doesn't matter, into an interview via a question or a statement, even though that information was not previously mentioned by the child. For example, asking the child, did he touch you on your hiney? When the child has not previously mentioned sexual touching. The definition for this category is intentionally broad and overlaps with definitions of other interviewing techniques already discussed here. What Pratkinis and Press calls misleading questions have been studied by social psychologists who approach it as an influence tactic and by cognitive researchers who approach it as a form of post-event misinformation. Research has shown that children's reports regarding their experiences become less accurate if interviewers ask misleading questions and introduce misinformation, although children generally grow less susceptible to the effect of misleading questions as they grow older. So this also seems to coincide with stuff I've discussed. Like younger kids, in some contexts, may be more like young kids, but as they get older, not so much for false accusations, right? But if it's like a false accusation, say it's like a preteen or a teen who's doing it as a revenge thing, that's not necessarily a result of bad interviewing, right? Or being misled, because that's a different reason for the false accusation, because that's a targeted like false accusation sort of, right? Or it's done with ill intent. So as can be seen, the present study analyzed the McMartin and Michaels interviews on a variety of dimensions related to interview quality and suggestiveness. We also analyzed a set of CPS services interviews to serve as a comparison group. We expect that by examining... Oh, 1 second. I got a phone call. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. No, it wasn't the FBI shortest mic. It was my wife. She's calling in to see how things are going, checking on the baby snakes too. So, all right. Where'd I go? So they also analyzed the set to see if they could reveal any differences between normal CPS interviewing and daycare interviewing styles, and clearly delineate distinctive investigative interviewing features in these two famous cases. So the method, this is how they did it. So sources of interview transcripts. The present study analyzed 54 transcripts of child sexual abuse interviews. 14 were from McMartin preschool case, 20 from the 𝗦𝘂𝗽𝗲𝗿𝗂𝐬𝐻 case, and 20 from the Child Protective Service of a city in the western United States. Hey, Phoenix, Lord Asserman, how's it going? McMartin transcripts. Transcripts of more than 50 interviews from the McMartin case have been archived in the library of Brown University in Providence, Rhode Island. I need to find those because I want those. University Martin transcript. I will find those fucking things if I have to. I guarantee you that there's a way to get a hold of those. If not, I'm going to find a way. Because that might be its own interesting stream to do. Huh. God damn it, why can I not find these fucking things? Hold on. Was that in the link I had before? Son of a bitch. Hold on. I might have... What is this? Nope. Damn it. Hold on. Trying to find this shit. Because this shit, it shouldn't be fucking off the internet. Like, I don't like that this shit disappears off the internet. Like... Yeah, I know I shouldn't probably be doing this real time either, but... It's important to me. Like, I don't like that data disappears. Like, these transcripts probably are stupid important to many people. Like, show all. I guess let me just do it that way. Go back to here. And, okay, you're all green. So if you guys don't know about web.archive.org, I so highly recommend it. It's part of the Internet Archive, and they crawl websites and they will archive stuff. They've basically archived the entire internet multiple times. And so you can find a lot of things that may be gone, which is very helpful because there might not be other places it exists. And if that's the only place it exists, then you really, really don't want it. And there's ways to download everything from the Internet Archive too. Oh, come on. Stop being a fucking bitch. What the hell? Why is it doing this to me? Chronology of daycare abuse cases. Transcript excerpts. Opening statements. Okay. I'm going to have to probably do a second fucking stream on this at some point. Because all this is just... This just deserves to be, you know, brought to light. I don't like that this stuff's hidden. I don't like that I can't go and find these transcripts. These transcripts shouldn't be hidden. Filed interview transcripts. I'll find them. I'm really good at finding this shit. So I'll find them at some point. If it takes me a couple days, I'll find them. Say, I will not, or I will call the school tomorrow. And I will find out how to get a hold of these. I'll do a records request. I'll pay someone to go get them. But I will get these fucking transcripts. I do not care. Does anyone live near Brown University by any chance? That might be able to go to their library, because I don't. Unfortunately. Otherwise, I would. Damn. I'm really sad right now. I cannot find these. Damn it. This looks like an interesting article too. If anyone can find those for me before I find them, that would be fucking awesome. I will find you. And I will read you. Or I will diagnose you online. In an unethical way. So. And I will be attacked for it. Even though it's a joke. Let's see. Yeah, we might have to do a second stream on this because there's just a lot more I can't even begin to do tonight. Also, I bet you we could get a transcript of the entire trial. Even though it's 3 years fucking long. What is this? Allegation. Back to showcase features. Oh, come on. No. Let's try that. Fuck. All right, I'm going to stop delaying this stupid stream. Oh, here we go. There's a book we might download somehow and stumble across. Called Forensic Interviewing Regarding Child Sexual Abuse, a Guide to Evidence-Based Interviewing. It looks like it's what it's called. Get this book in print. Amazon. Of course I'm going to buy it. Why wouldn't I? We will figure out... Ooh, this looks like another good book too. God damn. I'm just coming across the best shit tonight. Yep, here we go. All right, back to what I was doing. I don't digress at all. I always stay focused. Never. Okay. But, yeah, I need to fucking bookmark this. In fact, I'm going to call the library tomorrow. I'm going to put it, because I got to be up early for something. And let me bookmark that real quick. Bookmark. Add bookmark. Okay. Now I have a bookmark for that. The present study analyzed the subgroup of 14 interview transcripts that were introduced into evidence at the preliminary hearing or at the trial of 𝗬𝗂𝗽𝗰𝗵𝘁𝘀 in Los Angeles. See Butler et al. 2001. The interviewing techniques used in these 14 transcripts appear to be virtually the same as the techniques used in the other transcripts in the archive. These 14 transcripts were selected for use in the present study because there was particularly strong evidence for their reliability. In preparation for the trial, these 14 were reviewed for accuracy by both prosecution and defense attorneys. The transcript versions used in the present study include some minor and generally non-substantive handwritten alterations in the margins. It appears, therefore, that these transcripts represented the penultimate rather than the final form of the transcripts as they were finally introduced into evidence at the hearing or at the trial. The ages of the 14 children in the McMartin sample range from 4 to 9.5 years age. The mean age was 6.89. A total of 36%, 5 of the sample was male and 64 was female, 9 of them. So, the Kelly-Michaels transcripts. The 20 Kelly-Michaels interviews were selected from an extensive collection of interview transcripts that were filed as evidence in the legal appeal of Kelly-Michaels. Many transcripts in this collection were of poor quality or obviously incomplete. Therefore, 20 transcripts were selected that met the following criteria: 5 or more pages in length. 2, beginning and end of the interview included in the transcript. 3, clear indications of which statements were made by the interviewer and which by children. 4, generally correct punctuation. 5, absence of handwritten notes that changed the meaning of the typewritten words. The transcripts of Kelly-Michaels interviews used in the present study are archived, like the McMartin transcripts at the Library of Brown University. The ages of the children in the Michaels sample are unknown, although apparently all or nearly all were less than 7 years old. A total of 50% of the sample was male and 35% was female. The gender of the remaining 3 children was not clear from the interview transcripts. Okay, fair enough. CPS transcripts. As part of a larger study on child interviewing, the present researchers transcribed audio tapes over 100 sexual abuse interviews from CPS of a medium-sized city in the western United States. All tapes had been recorded in an interviewing room at CPS headquarters as part of the standard investigative process. It was our impression, and that of CPS administrators, that the tapes were representative of all interviews conducted at the agency. The tapes were transcribed by one member of our research team and then checked and corrected by a second member. To protect confidentiality, all potentially identifying information was deleted. From the larger pool of transcripts, 20 were selected as a comparison group in the present study, according to the following 3 criteria. Original tape recordings had to be clear and audible, with no more than 4 inaudible statements made by the interviewer or the child. Damn! That's a hell of a high bar to cross, but it makes sense. Second, the interviewer had to include an allegation of sexual abuse by the child, or the interview had to include an allegation of sexual abuse by the child. Although the research team did not have access to the final CPS determinations for these cases, all the allegations of sexual abuse appeared credible and most were strongly compelling. Third, from among the transcripts that met the first and second criteria, the transcripts for the 20 youngest children were selected to increase resemblance to the children in the McMartin and Michaels cases. I think that's a fair way to give a representative sample, for the most part. Obviously, there's some ways you could do better, but the mean age of children represented in the final sample of the 20 CPS transcripts was 8.12 years, with a range of 4 to 11. Thus, the children in the CPS sample somewhat older than the McMartin and Michaels. Of the CPS sample, 85 were female and 15% male. A total of 19 of the 20 interviews were conducted during the years of 93 to 96, and the remaining interviews conducted in 1987. The CPS and Michaels transcripts in the present study were previously analyzed in a pilot study published by Schreiber 2000. However, the data in the present study did not overlap with Schreiber's data because the 2 studies used different scores, different versions of most scoring rules, and only partially overlapping scoring categories. So that's good that they did it a different way. Preliminary division of transcripts into exchanges. As a preliminary step, all interview transcripts are divided into numbered exchanges. In virtually all cases, each exchange consisted of 1 turn by the interviewer and 1 turn by the child. In a few instances, when more than one interviewer took part in an interview, slightly more complex rules were used to divide the transcript into exchanges. So it looks like an exchange was one time speaking by the interviewer, 1 time speaking by the child, and then if there was another interviewer, then they figured out a different way to divide it up. So several aspects of interview length were measured in the present study: number of exchanges, estimated words. For interviews with 1 to 100 exchanges, all exchanges were counted. For interviews with 101 to 200 exchanges, every other exchange was counted. For interviews with 201 to 300 exchanges, every third exchange was counted, and so forth. The total number of words in an interview was then estimated by multiplying the total number of exchanges times the average number of words per exchange. The total number of words is estimated separately for the interviewer and the child. Okay, that's considering you have some that are shorter in length. That gives you a roughly equal level of sample data to work from. It's extrapolated in a decent way. I think that gives you some randomized sampling, because every third you don't know what that's going to be as far as sentence structure and anything goes. Estimated length in seconds of each interview. Interview length in seconds is based on using a formula developed by 𝗦𝘂𝗲𝗿𝗂𝗍, 1997, based on transcripts and audio tapes of 79 child sexual abuse interviews. Total length of interview in seconds is equal to 0.375 times estimated total number of words plus 221.99. It's a weird fucking formula, but okay. In a cross-validation study, 𝗦𝘂𝗲𝗍 found that this formula generally provided accurate estimates in interview length, are 0.84, so it's pretty high, but could underestimate interview length by approximately 20% if A, the interview involved a great deal of play, for example, dressing and undressing dolls, or B, the transcript or tape included large numbers of gaps. For example, the interviewer child leaves the interview room for more than a few seconds. Okay, yeah, I mean, it's hard to kind of factor that in. The 4 scoring categories for form of question. So 4 scoring categories were yes, no, choice, specific, and open narrative. The scoring rules for each form of questions are briefly described here. So a yes, no question was described as an interrogative statement by the interviewer that could be answered easily or naturally with a simple yes or no. Did he touch you? Yes or no. So it's not necessarily directly a yes or no statement, which that's a good way to form that. Choice question was defined as an interrogative statement that asked the child to choose from options that were explicitly named. Did Chester go into the closet or into the bathroom? Also included in this category are questions or commands that implicitly ask the child to point to or choose an object. Example, while viewing a photograph of several people. Who was there? So pick from the people in the photograph. Focus specific questions. So defines an interrogative statement that did not meet the definitions for yes, no, or choice and could be answered easily and naturally with an adjective, noun, preposition, phrase, or list of nouns or adjectives. Focus specific questions included most questions that began with who, when, where. Examples, who else is there? What color was the hat? So open / narrative questions are defined as interrogative statements that did not meet the definitions for yes, no, choice, or focus questions, but required A, a verb in the response, or B, a narrative description of an action or series of actions. Example, how did you play the naked movie star game? Also included in the open-ended / narrative category were questions that requested a lengthy description, such as, what did the naked movie game look like? Okay, so that would be categorized as an open-ended question. Each exchange and interview was scored for the presence or absence of each of the 4 forms of questions. Some exchanges include several questions or statements by the interviewer and therefore could be scored as having more than one form of question. Therefore, the following excerpts from the McMartin interviews, interview 107, illustrates how the exchanges were scored for form of question. Interview numbers are recorded with transcripts at Brown University. So question, is that like a play shot or a real shot? Scored as choice. Fair. Answer, it's a real poisonous shot. Q. Question 232. From a needle like a doctor gives? Scored as yes, no. Yeah. Oh, where does the shot go? Scored as focus specific. I'm not sure. So there's the scoring. That's how they do the scoring. The 6 scoring categories for suggestive techniques. So I'm going to kind of skim through some of this stuff here, because this is kind of getting detailed. So you can kind of see roughly how they're scoring it. They're giving examples of the scoring. I'm not going to necessarily dive into all of this. So again, talking about how they're scoring positive consequences, examples, negative consequences, examples, asked and answered. So was defined as asking that he or she had already unambiguously answered in the immediate preceding question. Simple repetition, the question was not considered asked and answered. So can you remember the naked picture? Sheikh said, no. Can't remember that part? No. Interviewer, why don't you think about that for a while? Okay, your memory might come back to you. As can be seen from this example, repetition scored as asked and answered could also be often scored as negative consequences. The scoring category of asked and answered was intended to operationalize inappropriate use of repetition by the interviewer as discussed in the introduction of this article. So this is, being categorized as an, is an inappropriate use of repetition, not necessarily, because there is helpful use of repetition. So other people is defined as telling a child that the interview had already received information from other people. So this is like how the other people were kind of brought in. So how they kind of came to those, how they scored that, right? And then what's this one? Inviting speculation. So how they scored speculation. And if people want the links to these, I can get the links to these people. Interviewer, how about the Naked Movie Star game, whatever. Scoring procedures. Teams of trained raters scored each of the 54 interviews for the presence or absence of the various scoring categories described in the previous 2 sections. Detailed procedures were developed to ensure that scoring was independent and reliable. For example, the procedures used for scoring the 4 forms of questions were as follows. Training. 6 undergraduates and graduate students received detailed written descriptions of the scoring rules for the 4 forms of the questions. For the following 4 weeks, the students studied these rules, practiced scoring of interview transcripts, and received feedback and instruction from a teacher who was an expert in the rules. To minimize bias, scorers were told that the study was intended to provide an accurate measure of the interviewing techniques used in the McMartin and Michaels cases and the CPS, that there were no a priori hypotheses about which techniques would be more or less common in each case, and that the scorers should therefore strive above all for accuracy in scoring. So they don't want to bias the people doing the scoring, so they tell them, okay, this is what we're doing with it, and not that what the actual purpose of the study is. Because if they bias the people doing the scoring, it's very easy to bias the outcome of this research, right? Testing. At the end of the 4-week training period, the 6 students were given a test to determine their proficiency. To receive a passing grade on the test, the student had to independently achieve adequate agreement, a kappa of 0.50 or higher, with the teacher for all 4 forms of questions. 4 of 6 students passed this test. The 2 with the highest grades were designated primary scorers, whereas the 2 with lower passing grades were designated as checkers. Okay. But they still passed, and so, okay. Creation of scoring teams. 2 scoring teams were created. Each team consisted of 1 primary scorer and 1 checker. Random assignment of interview. Okay. Independent scoring of transcripts. For example, each exchange was checked by both the primary scorer and checker. Assessment of agreement between the teams. After the primary scorer and checker independently scored a transcript, their level of agreement for the scoring of individual exchanges was assessed by calculating the 4 separate kappa statistics, 1 for each form of questions, and the primary scorer and checker achieved a minimum kappa of 0.50 for each of the 4 forms of question. Then their scoring was deemed acceptable. If they failed to achieve it for a particular scoring category, they were asked to independently rescore the transcript for that category, taking more care in consulting the scoring rules. And then completion. So they were very thorough as shit in this. They made them train for fucking 4 weeks to study the rules before they even let them touch the transcripts. Like they said, study this shit and then we're going to test you before you can even do the scoring. Calculation of dependent variables for forms of questions and leading techniques. For the 4 forms of questions, the dependent variable is the proportion of questions in the particular interview transcript. In a particular form of questions was scored as present as determined by the primary score's final score. Let's see here. Similar procedure was used for all scores that concern interview length and suggestive techniques. However, for scores in these categories, calculations were performed for each exchange in the interview rather than for each question. For example, if a transcript contained 100 exchanges, 10 of these were scored as introducing information in the primary score's final score. Then the transcript was given a score of 0.10 for introducing information. Results, reliability of scoring. So finally, we're at the results section. Inter-rater reliability. Right? I know. Should know. Like, could you imagine having people try and test their TOS? Like, there would be entire websites dedicated to taking that test for people. Like, you could make bank on that shit. Inter-rater reliability, which is actually really important if you don't know much about statistics. So basically, it's if 2 different people rate something a certain way, what's the likelihood that they both come to the same conclusion? So how reliable is their rating? As an example, and so they have a table below that shows the scoring. So as an example, inter-rater reliability for yes/no questions was calculated as follows. Portion of questions scored by this, and then they did a Pearson's R, which is a type of statistic. So for correlation, it was calculated. This correlation coefficient is reported in table 1. A similar, so that's what that R equals number is. When you see that in certain studies, usually it's a Pearson's R that's used for correlation. So the R or row descriptor. So the inter-rater reliability for number of words per exchange when done for scoring, 0.96. So really, really high inter-rater reliability. So these all had really high, damn it. So these all had really high inter-rater reliability. Choice questions was moderate, but that's still a pretty good score. Substantial. The biggest one was probably open narrative. So that's not, it's still correlation, but it's not as strong as this. Like a 0.96 and 0.99 inter-rater reliability, that's good. But remember, words per exchange is counting. You know, those versus trying to determine the form of a question and how a question's formatted, which, to be fair, the focus specific was a really high rating too. Positive consequences and negative consequences, it was very substantial inter-rater reliability. Asked and answered had moderate reliability. Other people, the type of question how things were introduced in the question as far as suggestibility, had substantial, and substantial. So there was really good inter-rater reliability. So their team of people they basically had do this did a very good job. Again, the only thing you had was the open and narrative. So if you missed anything, you probably, would have trouble getting the open for narrative as far as agreement. But to be fair, the McMartin transcripts don't seem to have much of it. So I could see where they come with issues on finding it, right? So let's see here. The inner number of words, the correlation, Spearman's row, was then calculated between the 203 scores, and the 203 scores assigned by each two. The mean correlations among raters are reported in Table 1. Okay, so yeah. The standards suggested by Landis and Koch have often been used to evaluate the quality of inter-rater reliability. However, Shrout has criticized the standards as too lax and recommended the following descriptors be used instead to evaluate the quality of inter-rater reliability in research. And so that's how they rated it. So using the Shrout 98 approach, so this is these two connected here. So that's the substantial, slight, moderate. So using a stricter than the Landis and Koch standard. So they used a more restrictive standard for that. It still had substantial, it says here, inter-rater reliability for 9 of the 12 scoring categories was greater than 0.80 and would be regarded as substantial for research purposes according to Shrout's descriptors. Inter-rater reliability for 2 categories was between 0.61 and 0.8, would be moderate, and then only 1 category was regarded as fair. Interviews. So this is the interview results regarding the length of the McMartin, Kelly, and CPS, Kelly, Michaels, and CPS interviews are reported in Table 2 to limit type 1 errors here, and throughout the results, only p-values of 0.005 or less were regarded as statistically significant for main effects and post-hoc comparisons. So for those who, do you know what a type 1 error is, right? So type 1 error is a false positive, right? So you accidentally include something when you shouldn't, right? So here's a really good picture to kind of give you, thank you again, Simply Psychology. So let me stop the screen share, and this will, because you'll see type 1 and type 2 errors in research every so often. So conclusion from statistical analysis, accept the null or reject the null. So if the way research works is you form a null hypothesis, okay, and then your alternative hypothesis. So null is this didn't happen, and then the alternative hypothesis is, what you're looking for, kind of, right? So if you reject a true null hypothesis, it's a type 1 error. Now, if the null hypothesis is false, correct conclusion. If you reject the null and the null hypothesis is false, you did the right thing. If you accept the null hypothesis and the null hypothesis is true, you did the correct thing. Where a type 1 is where you reject a true null hypothesis, and a type 2 is accepting a null hypothesis. So you did the wrong thing if you're supposed to accept, if the conclusion from the analysis is accepting the null, and you reject it, that's a type 2 error, right? So they were trying to eliminate those types of errors. Oh, God damn it. I meant to have this stupid graph on screen. So this is what I was saying. So you have your conclusion from statistical analysis, reject the null, accept the null. And then on this side, you have the true state of nature. Null hypothesis is true or null hypothesis is false. So if you accept the null and the null hypothesis is true, then it's correct. If you reject the null and the null hypothesis is false, you have the correct conclusion. Where you get a type 1 error when the results from the statistical analysis reject the null and the true state of nature is a null hypothesis true. You get a type 1 error with the reject a true null. And then type 2 is accept a false null. So hopefully that makes sense. I know that's a lot. It's somewhat important, and it's why they do that. Like you have to factor all this shit in when you do statistical research. It's fucking a pain in the ass. It's so annoying, but you have to consider all these other factors, because if you don't, you can fuck up your research and you'll look like an idiot, because it's one of the first things people will look for. So you have your means, and so interview source. So number of exchanges, Michael CPS. So mean, standard deviation. You have your F, which I can fucking not remember what it is. You have your degrees of freedom, and then you have your P value, which is the point. So if you saw up here, they said down here, they're limiting the P, which is the reliability. So what that basically means is out of however many X, so say for example, out of 100, if you wanted to have a P value of 0.05, that means 1 out of every 20 will be included that shouldn't be, right? Where a P.005 means 1 out of every 200 will be included. So they, by accident, or that's, for example, that null hypothesis. Yeah, the theoreticals for the shit is, it's kind of like, if you do it, it's easier. Like if you're trying to trying to explain it, it's hard. I hate always explaining this shit. So if you have something with a P005 or better, so like a P001 is higher level of significance, that means 1 out of every 1,000 versus 1 out of every 200 being false, right? So higher number, like that's better. So like, for example, P001 versus P001, right? So that means 1 out of every, 10,000? And so you have 0.011. So yeah, this gives you the statistical significance. So, and so their aim was 0.005. So they got 0.011 for this one. So, like I said, it's a bit, it can be a bit overwhelming at times. So if we look at the interview source, so the number of exchanges in the McMartin average was 576 with a standard deviation of 189. Michael's interviews was 189 with a standard deviation of 100. And the CPS interviews 163 with a standard deviation of 67. And then I cannot remember what the fuck F is, off the top of my head. And so estimated number of words spoken by child. 2,237 in the McMartin interview with a standard deviation of 1,128. Michael's was 745 with a standard deviation of 470, and CPS 1,092 with 769 standard deviation. So estimated number of words spoken by interviewer, 9,631 average. Like, look at the difference. There's a big difference there. Whereas if you come over here, it's still a big difference, right? The interviewer is speaking many more, where the ratio is much higher, right? Which we'll get down to in a second. So that ratio is fucking big. Hey, word bearer. I know, I do that all the time. So you have a decent ratio here. Whereas with this one for CPS, 1,092 estimated by child, and then estimated for interviewers only 1,800. So you have a better ratio with CPS. So in the McMartin case, you had a 4.60 ratio of interviewer to child words, 4.67 in Michael's, and then 2.31. So it's a lot better. And you still have a wide standard deviation here too for the average. And an estimated length of time for the interview, 1 hour, 14 minutes, 16 seconds for the McMartin. you have 23 minutes and 51 seconds for the, what is it? The Michaels case, then 21 minutes for the CPS case. And standard deviation is not terrible. So, and your p-value is pretty damn good here too still. Means in the same superscript, not different, using post off. Okay, let's see here. Form a question, so leading questions, so where's the table? Because the children's CPS sample, an exploratory analysis was performed to determine whether child's age was related to measures of interview length. Form a question and suggestive techniques shown as 2 and 3. Significant correlation with age using a relaxed p-value of 0.05 were found for 4 of the 15 measures, specifically age of child correlated. Negative 0.61 with yes/no questions. 0.56 with focus questions, and negative 0.59 asked and answered. That is, when questioning younger children, CPS interviewers use more yes/no questions and fewer focused questions. Repeated questions more often and were more likely to indicate disagreement, disbelief, or dissatisfaction with answers. So that's interesting. So is this still table? This is table 3. What the fuck, table 2? I guess we did table 2, right? Anyway. So, yes, no. Form a question. The average question, so 7, 8. So this is 0.1 is your total for, like, right? 1.0. So 0.78 were yes and no questions in the McMartin. 0.04 were choice, 0.11 were focused, and 0.07 were open-ended. And then you had a very high yes-no rate in the Michaels case. You had a 0.04 for choice, 0.18 for focus, 0.11 for open. And then the CPS you had, no, so this is former question, not necessarily leading. So they could still ask questions that aren't open-ended. You can still get results that are helpful, but aren't biased because of the leading, right? Word bearer, it's been a long stream. We've been going over how the Satanic Panic started, and then we jumped into a lot of research that showed, this is part of the research that showed how there were errors made during the McMichaels, or the McMartin and the Michaels daycare cases, and how the interviewing of the children was done improperly, is basically what this is. So positive consequences. So again, Martin, Michael, CPS is the focus, is the headings here, right? So positive consequences 0.18, negative consequences 0.08, 0.05 for asked and answered, 0.17 or 0.07 for other people being mentioned or cited to, inviting speculation 0.08, and introducing information 0.18. Same, so we have similar kind of results with the Michaels, the Michaels case here, with 0.10, 0.15, 0.08. Other people was referenced less often in this one. Inviting speculation wasn't as often in that case, but you still had high introducing information. Whereas the CPS, positive consequences was lower. Negative consequences was definitely lower, so it's definitely significant there. I would think so, because it's not as influential. You don't have that negative influence. 0.05, so still kind of asked and answered. Still better than the Kelly Michaels cases. Other people not mentioned at all. Like there's like legit, like look at that, no standard deviation. They don't cite to, well, other people said this. Other people said that. Inviting speculation, 0.01, and so again, very, very, very little reference to that. And the standard deviation for that was low too. And then introducing information, 0.03, and 0.03 for the standard deviation. So this is much better than these, especially on these areas, right? All of them were better, effectively. I mean, this one's equal to the McMartin. I keep fucking mixing them up, right? So you have better. So discussion, So this is the researchers' thoughts on the outcome. So 2 findings of the present study are particularly notable. First, quantitative analyses confirmed that the interviews in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝐲𝐽 daycare abuse cases were characterized by highly suggestive techniques that research has shown can elicit misleading statements and false accusations from children. So 2 findings were found. The first one was that. Overall, substantially more problematic interviewing techniques were found in the daycare abuses cases than in ordinary CPS cases. Second, analyses also indicated the style of suggestive interviewing used in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case differed somewhat from that in the Michaels case, right? So there was a different style of interviewing used between the 2 daycare cases. Not much of a difference, but there was one. And so if we go up here, mean percentage of exchanges in which suggestive interviewing techniques were used, 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏, Michaels, and CPS cases. So our coloring is 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏's black, 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏's is the shaded, and CPS is white, right? So percentage of exchanges that use suggestive techniques, 15% in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏, so it's probably what, like 18%? Probably like more than 15% in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case. Michael's case, suggestive techniques used around 10%, and in CPS only 6% using positive consequences. Interestingly, the Michael's case, the 𝗬𝐲𝐽 daycare case, the negative consequences used was much higher than in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 transcript analysis, where CPS really didn't use it as much, only 4% in exchanges. Asked and answered, that's where you have that similar comparison between these two. You have higher here in this case. Other people was not cited basically at all. Like that wasn't mentioned, if you remember. Like it was basically 0.0%. Inviting speculation was also low for daycare. And then introducing information, very little, probably what, 2-3%, were for these 2 cases pretty damn high. Look how high it is. Like we're talking probably 18-20% for inviting, up more than that, so probably 18% or more of inviting speculation or introducing information. So these ways to, these can cause negative influences on the outcomes of the interview. Let's see. Suggestiveness in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 preschool and 𝗬𝐲𝐽 interviews. In this article, the scientific scrutiny of the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝐲𝐽 interviews have come full circle based on impressionistic observation. Commentators in the late 80s and 90s identified certain child interviewing techniques in these cases as problematic. Laboratory experiments later confirmed that these problematic techniques were suggestive. That is, they could mislead children into making inaccurate statements or false accusations. For reviews, see these papers. Finally, the quantitative analyses of the present study have confirmed that impression of the original commentators that the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and Michaels interviews were characterized by intensive and atypical use of suggestive techniques. Typically, the analyses in the present study showed that in comparison with CPS interviews, the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝐲𝐽 interviews were characterized by high levels of 3 suggestive techniques: reinforcement, use of co-witness information, and introducing new information. So these were the primary factors, or the primary things that you saw high levels of on the 2 daycare cases compared to CPS, right? The 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 interviews, but not the Michaels interviews, were also characterized by a 4th suggestive technique, inviting children to speculate. Experiments have established that all 4 of these techniques, reinforcement, co-witness info, introducing new info, and inviting speculation, can reduce the accuracy of children's statements and even induce them to make false allegations of wrongdoing against people. Right? So that's a problem. The present findings thus lead to the same conclusion that was reached by the jurors in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case and the New Jersey Court of Appeals that overturned 𝗬𝐲𝐽's conviction, which is to say that the children's allegations in these cases were elicited by methods that rendered them unreliable. By themselves, these findings cannot establish that the allegations of sexual abuse and satanic conspiracy in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and Michaels cases were necessarily false. However, following the Bayesian principle that extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, one can say that the allegations of satanic abuse in these cases were implausible to begin with, i.e. had a low prior probability, and in absence of good evidence to the contrary are still implausible, and i.e. have a low posterior probability of being true. The present findings thus tend to support a sociological analysis by Victor, which concluded that daycare abuse cases of the 1980s were manifestations of a nationwide moral panic regarding Satanism and not genuine instances of mass sexual abuse. The present findings cast new light on two well-known studies in the early 90s in which the allegations of the Martin case were assumed to be true. First, Gonzalez, Wadderman, Kelly, McCord, and O'Leary reported that in a sample of children in therapy for sexual and ritualistic abuse, 24% recanted their allegations of abuse, a figure 2 or 3 times higher than would be expected based on other studies of sexual abuse victims. However, many or most of the children in the Gonzalez et al. Study were from the McMartin case. Based on the present findings, it seems probable that when these children recanted, they were being truthful. That is, they were retracting false allegations that had been improperly extracted from them by suggestive interviews. In the future, therefore, it is questionable whether the results of the Gonzalez et al. Should be cited as relevant to the disclosure process among genuine sexual abuse victims. I wonder what this study said. I need to pull that up. I'm not reading that today, but that would be funny to, not funny, but like fun to like look at, right? Fun to see what, because this is them saying, well, only 24% recanted, I think, effectively, right? So only 24% recanted. So that means we're definitely telling the truth. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm leaning that direction. So let's see. Similarly, in Behind the Playground Walls, a book on daycare abuses, Waterman et al., 93, LCC, Kelly, 1993 et al., reported on substantial psychological effects of the McMartin children, which were supposedly the after effects of horrendous ritual abuse. However, if the allegations of most or all of the McMartin children were false, then the psychological problems identified by Waterman et al. Cannot be attributed to the effects of ritual sexual abuse. Instead, the children's psychological problems may have been induced by the experience of being falsely diagnosed and treated as sexual abuse victims, making these suggested memories as true, or by the stress of repeatedly making false accusations against innocent people who were their friends. That's a good point. That's a really strong point to make, right? Distinctive styles of suggestiveness in the McMartin and Michaels interviews. As already discussed, the interviews had common features. However, the interviewing styles in the two cases also differed in important ways. McMartin interviews. Compared to the Michaels and CPS interviews in the McMartin case were much more likely to give children positive reinforcement and invite them to speculate or pretend. For example, McMartin interviewers often praised children profusely. "Oh, you're so smart," for accusing their teachers of sexual or violent wrongdoing. In addition, they often urged children to speculate about what might have happened. In most interviews, children were also given puppets and encouraged to pretend what might have occurred. Compared with the Michaels and CPS interviewers, McMartin interviewers were also significantly more likely to ask yes or no questions and less likely to ask who, what, where questions, which are focused and specific. According to the impressions of the present researchers and other observers, the use of puppets and the steady stream of cheerful praise lent the McMartin interviews to a playful let's have fun atmosphere that is unusual in child sexual abuse interviews. This is a really good point. This entire, goddamn, I turned the highlighter off. This entire point is really strong, right? It wasn't coming off to the children as this is, a serious thing. It was maybe more playful to them. They might have seen that this is something that requires serious focus. So, on average, the McMartin interviews were more than 3 times as long as the Michaels and CPS interviews. Apparently, the McMartin interviewers could sustain children's interest during these long sessions because the children enjoyed playing with the puppets and receiving constant praise. Yeah, getting a child to do therapy for a fucking hour is hard enough. Imagine trying to get them to fucking talk about sexual abuse for an hour and 15 minutes. Consistently, on average, right? Good luck. 20 minutes is probably what I would expect from an interview. Like, if you're going to get anything out of them in an interview. The McMartin interviewers' use of reinforcement and other suggestive techniques appear to have been deliberate and carefully planned. Wow. They just call them out. Like, we know you were full of shit. Or we know you were fucking doing this on purpose. For example, some interview transcripts show the voice of an experienced interviewer coaching a novice interviewer how to apply these techniques. In addition, the chief McMartin interviewer, McFarlane, 1990, published a piece in which she defended the use of reinforcement in child's... No way. She did not. No fucking way. What page am I on? 25? Nuh-uh. We're going to find this fucking thing. No. Now I'm mad. Let's find. Look how many pages of citations are. Bullshit. She did not. What a fucking cunt. Anyone knows reinforcement's gonna hurt. There's no way you can I'm fucking frustrated now. Give me a minute, guys. I can't believe, man, she must have really felt the need to fucking publish that. You wouldn't catch me publishing that after I had been embarrassed in a trial like that. That went on for that fucking long. Hell no. God damn it. I cannot find it. Was it rejected? Oh, I hope it wasn't. I gotta find this bitch. I need to know what this paper said. God damn it. Does no one fucking have it? I cannot find it. Yeah. Wow. Now I'm really needing to know what the fuck this paper said. If anyone can find this paper that's highlighted, please send it to me. This McFarland 1990 paper. Please find me that paper. I really need to read it. Okay. Where did that fucking shit go? Okay. She defended the use of reinforcement in child sexual abuse interviews. She contended that there was no good evidence that reinforcement could adversely affect children's accuracy, and the criticisms of this technique originated from attorneys who were defending accused molesters. Oh, wow. Let's just argue that that's a bad argument. I don't see a DOI. I searched Sci-Hub, and with the title, I've searched for papers and shit about it. I searched it directly, exactly as the title on Google, and I've searched with the per name and in quotation, so it looks for that. I find articles and shit citing it, but I cannot find it. It's also from 1990, so DOI probably it's not having a DOI unless it's in something already. It might have been retracted. It wouldn't surprise me if her shit was retracted. Compared with the CPS interviews, the interviewers in the Kelly Michaels case are significantly more likely to use the technique in negative consequences. Specifically, the Michaels interviewers were more likely to express doubt or disbelief when children made a statement that did not fit with the interviewer's preconceptions regarding the supposed abuse. For example, when one small girl denied that she had seen Kelly Michaels make naked children lie on top of each other, the interviewer doubtfully asked, "You sure? Positive? If you did see it, would you tell me the truth?" Wow. You see, that's what 1, 2, 3 times that they're doubting the child. As the contrast between the fun McMartin interviews and the doubting Michaels interviews indicates, interviewers may follow multiple routes to reach the same outcome, which is false allegations. The routes being different social influence tactics. Put another way, there seems to be a toolbox of different techniques from which suggestive interviewers of children can draw, although the present findings suggest that introducing information and reinforcement are especially likely to be used. Damn it. Is that what just popped up? Give me 1 second. Just opening something. Oh, okay. There's nothing important. I don't think so. Yeah, it's nothing important. That's definitely not important. Okay. Just making sure. Doing my duty. So, and then there's suggestions for practice. So like it says here, these are things you should do to make this shit not be an issue. Like it says here that CPS techniques virtually never occurred in the present study. Like some techniques never happened. And then almost never told children what other people had said. Asked the children to pretend or invite them to speculate about what might have happened. Again, it was really rare. Thus, any of the use of these techniques can be regarded as a red flag that something's unusual, if not improper, as transpired in the child sexual abuse interview. Second, CPS interviewers seldom use positive reinforcement, called positive consequences in the present study, except at the very beginning of interviews to build rapport. My, what pretty eyes you have, or at the very end, thanks for talking with me. In addition, Poole and Lamb have recommended the use of reinforcement to encourage children to make narrative statements during early parts of the interview before the topic of abuse has been introduced. So basically, hey, basically, oh, that's awesome. Can you tell me more about it? Like about things that don't relate to abuse, because you want them to be comfortable saying more than a couple words. So that to me makes sense, right? You do want that because you need them to feel comfortable talking about basic stuff, right? If you want them to talk about abuse, they need to be comfortable talking about basic stuff. They need to know that they can trust you. However, other uses of praise or promises during a child sexual abuse interview are unusual and may be an indication of suggestiveness. So if it's not part of the rapport building process, then it's going to throw a flag, right? Third, CPS interviews in the present study rarely introduced new outside information into interviews and virtually never gave children information about the alleged abuse or perpetrator. Thus, interviewer statements or questions that provided the child with information regarding a supposed perpetrator or the circumstances of abuse may also be indicators of suggestiveness. Investigative interview guidelines aimed at providing practitioners with non-suggestive interviewing techniques are available at, and then here's a couple links to that, which is good. Fourth, although CPS interviews routinely gave mild negative feedback when a child committed a slip of tongue or made a mild factual error, didn't you say before it was your grandmother's house, not your aunt's? They virtually never expressed doubt that the child was telling the truth. See, that's the important part. Thus, such expressions of doubt or disbelief by an interviewer may also be indicators of suggestiveness. So they're saying, if they're giving negative feedback, it's to correct the detail. It's not to say, well, you sure it didn't happen? Are you absolutely sure it didn't happen? Right? Limitations of the study. There are several limitations to the present study. First, interviewing techniques examined here do not represent an exhaustive set of all possible social influence techniques. Okay, that makes sense. Further future research may well detect additional techniques used in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and Michaels interviews that have been used by child interviewers in our cases. Basically, we can't say we looked at all possible techniques. Agree. Second, this study focuses only one source of social influence, interviewers' questions that may have affected children's statements in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 and Michaels cases. However, the children were subject to a broad range of powerful influence, such as social contagion that spread among families. In the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case, a cross-germination of information, which were not examined in the study. The social context outside the interview is likely to have directly influenced children in these cases and perhaps also increase their susceptibility to suggestive interviewing techniques. A third limitation of the study is its reliance on interview transcripts rather than audio tapes or videotapes. As indicated in the methods section, the CPS transcripts, which were independently checked by 2 members of our research team, and the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 transcripts, which were examined for errors by both prosecutors and defense teams, were probably very accurate. However, the Michaels transcripts, which were apparently transcribed by a New Jersey police department and not independently checked, may well be of lower quality. Furthermore, even assuming complete accuracy, the information available from the transcripts is incomplete because they fail to record nonverbal behavior such as head nods by the child, or in the 𝗦𝘂𝗧𝗏 case, use of puppets and anatomically detailed dolls by the interviewer. So you're missing that thing, which is important. Like, you need this piece of it. Because, what did they do with the puppets? What did they do with the dolls? Because that also can give you insights into the questioning and the accusations, the suggestibility. You know, like if they use the dolls in this in a very, you know, in a way that mimicked, say, the suggested interviewing question, then okay, that gives you points that maybe this type of questioning is way more harmful than another type of question. Of course, that would have to appear across multiple instances and stuff, right? Fourth, because CPS transcript in the study represented a cross-section of units from a single agency in a single city, it might well be wondered whether they represented those from other child protection agencies across the country. But yeah, so basically this is a single city, a moderate-sized city. We did this and all this. It doesn't necessarily correlate with every county, every city. So you can see ways where, you know, in this, at least in this city, in this area, CPS is doing their best to, it sounds like in their interviewing, not use these suggestive techniques. Maybe if it does pop up in the stats, like they say, there's some reasons where it does have an explanation, but other things not necessarily. Final limitation of the study concerns the age of the children in the CPS sample, which was somewhat older. McMartin and Michael's children. Correlational analysis reported that in the results showed children's ages was unrelated to most interview characteristics in the CPS sample. However, these same analyses indicate that when CPS interviewers questioned very young children, particularly those aged 5 years and younger, they tended to ask more yes, no, and fewer focused questions, which tend to make substantially more use of negative consequences in the asked and answered. These findings suggest that the high rate of yes, no questions and low rate of focused questions in McMartin interviews, as well as the high rate of negative consequences in Michael's interviews, may have reflected the younger age of child in those children in these samples. However, it remains doubtful whether age is the explanatory factor for the between-group differences. For example, in the study in Warren et al. Described earlier, children were on average 2 years younger than in the present CPS sample, but the rate of negative consequences was the same, and the rate of asked and answer was lower than the rates reported here. Additional research is necessary before the relationship between children's ages and interview characteristics can be clarified. So that's a good point. And then contributions to science and social influence, basically summing up the paper and other stuff. And then here's the, 4 pages of references they cited, which is a good thing. You want lots of citations. Dear God, that was fucking long. Oh my God, I'm fucking tired now. All right. So, questions time. Any questions? Because I really need to get off of this stream because I'm fucking exhausted now. I did not mean to go 5 hours. So, but I'm going to do some more digging and we might do a stream soon. I don't think I can do the local stream tonight, guys. I'm fucking beat. I think I need to take meds again. And I'm just dragging. I was intending to do for 3 hours. I went 2 hours longer than I wanted to. So, but there's still more stuff to talk about. I don't know where you left your keys. I don't have that answer. But if there's any questions or thoughts about this, also, Warbear, I see your thing about the family member being accused, and that's really shitty. You know, that's why I have an issue with false accusations. But I also have the same struggle with hearing an accusation that might be true and then it being called false. Because the thing I was basically going to talk about in my locals tonight, I might do a local specific stream tomorrow, is like as an interim between doing another stream of where I can discuss this on a better platform without getting with being able to go into more detail. Let's just say that much. I can go into more detail than I can here. And compare the information gained in this research than compared to on recent stuff, right? So if you're not a locals member, you can support me on locals. I'm going to start doing live streams there more often. Once we get up to a new level on locals. Yeah, see, false accusations are really frustrating, and policing so much effort and time thrown out the fucking window. Shortest Mike, are you still involved in law enforcement? Or would you ever want to speak about your history of law enforcement and this kind of stuff? Because I think it'd be a really cool topic. So, if you ever want to. But if you are interested, let me know. And what the hell is all this? Retired this February. Well, congratulations on the retirement. If you ever want to talk about this stuff in any context or law enforcement in general, that'd be interesting to have that conversation about. So, hey, all you need is a microphone. I have ways. StreamYard's pretty good about there's settings for me to help with echo cancellation and stuff like that. I can adjust your volume a bit. If you have a like say a newer laptop or a newer computer, and if it's got an RTX graphics card in it, like one of the newer ones, there's a program you can use that can help with noise reduction. Actually, I think you don't even need that. I think if you have a GTX card, you can still use RTX, was it RTX voice or whatever it was. With a GTX card, there's ways to make it run on that. If you have I think it goes like even 800, 900 series graphics cards from NVIDIA will still run it. There's other open source ones that you can run noise reduction on. It's really simple to figure out too. So you don't need much. If you're just doing voice, if you're not worried about video or anything fancy. I mean, shit, people call in on phones and shit. I mean, a lot of phones, like if you have a newer phone, your phone probably has really good background rejection on speakerphone because it's trying to reject you speaking and what it's hearing too. So just a thought. And that's not just for you. It's for anyone who wants to come on the show. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap it up. Let me go ahead and chill real quick. Thank you guys for coming out today. If you want to if you ever want to drop a super chat, those always get read unless there's TOS reasons they can't read them or they get pulled. You can do that below if you want to say something a little bit more spicy, but not necessarily against TOS. You can do that at supportken.com/tip. You can also contact me at any of the links below through my email. So kenjenningscaf@gmail.com, Discord Ken Jennings, #0878, and locals at supportken.com/local support. Or you can go to kenscounselingcouch.locals.com/support to get to the sign up page. It's only $5 a month to do so. No rush. It would be fun to have a cool conversation. I'm gonna probably, if I do one, what's today? Monday? Is today's Monday? Yeah, today's Monday. If I do one, I'll probably do. I'll probably send out 2 notifications. I'll send out notification of when it'll be, and I'll send one out like 15 to 30 minutes beforehand. I'll probably do it in the evening, Eastern time, so that way the West Coast people can also participate. So if I do it, it'd be like because I can only do 30 minutes for my live streams on locals. So it has to be short. So for right now, I only get 5 30-minute live streams a month on locals until I get 50 supporters on locals. Once I get up to 50 supporters on locals, then I can do 10 live streams a month that are 1 hour long. And for the local stream, it will only be on locals because if I do it on YouTube, it's going to attract the wrong kind of attention from people I don't want to have involved with drama anymore. So I'm tired of dealing with it because I don't want to deal with it, and not after the shit they've done to me and my family. So I unfortunately have to make that a local thing for the moment. But it's only going to be 30 minutes, so it's not going to be long. And if you missed the live, you should be able to go back and rewatch it. If not, I'll upload it. But it should stay, I think, on there. So I haven't done one yet. So it'll be my first locals live. I might aim for like Wednesday evening. So that gives if I do it, I might do it Wednesday evening or do it Wednesday after a stream. I haven't decided yet. But I'm tired. It's late, man. It's like 11 here. So, but I'll make sure people get at least a day's notice on that, so there's enough people who can show up, because I know I don't have that many local subscribers. But it will be a fun if short conversation, or if it gets good enough as far as content goes, I'll restart it. I'll burn 2 of my 5 monthly streams I can do at the moment. Also, if anyone's not currently a supporter on locals, I have some locals coins laying around. People have donated to me that I need to burn to get them to actually transfer to U.S. currency so I can use them, like so I get paid. So if you're not a supporter and you want to be and you can't afford to, send me an email. I will send you a month or 2 of local support. So if you're not a supporter, let me know. Reach out to me. I need your email to do it. That's the only way I can do it. And I can send you. And if we can get across that 50 threshold, even if I can get that upgrade, I don't know if they'll bump me down after I get the upgrade, but if I can get the upgrade and I can hold on to it, man, that'd be great. Because I'm like halfway there or so. I would really like to have a somewhat consistent source of help from this, so I'm trying to stream more often. I know the streams are long, but as you can see, we're digging into a lot of stuff. So, but if and when I do that stream this week, I'm going to try and do a local stream this week. And we might do Cards Against Humanity too. So we might do like a local stream on Cards Against Humanity. Because we got a really, really good deck built after last time. It's been fucking great. So, but I might save that for weekends because I know a lot of people can't do shit during the week. So, but as it is for right now, I think that we're going to call it. I don't see any further. So I'll give you guys because I think the chat's like 15 seconds behind. So I'll give you guys a few seconds to ask any final questions, concerns. As always, if you reach out, I'll do my best to get back in touch with you, help out, all that fun stuff. So I'll do what I can. I like to try and, help out to whatever degree I can. I'm obviously not your therapist and all those fun disclaimers too. So what was I going to say? All right. Didn't make it to midnight. After all, have a good night, Ken. Feel better. Yeah, I'm still feeling shitty, so that doesn't help. I'm still trying to finish setting up permissions on Discord. There should be more. Yeah, only take my legal advice. Actually, while I'm at it, let me check one thing real quick. And is if you're not a member of the Discord yet, and you are a local supporter, because right now I have to do it fucking manually. Supported channels, peer support. Okay, that channel is not supposed to be visible to you. Everyone and supporters. Okay. That channel is supposed to be off limits. Why is it showing? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fix a couple things real quick, permissions wise. And save changes. Because I'm still testing a few things. So let me look at that again. So as long as the right channels are showing up, I'm going to give out to the new people who are currently in Discord. And I'll give new members the right role. Because right now I'm going to basically have to check. Right now I have to check locals' subscriptions manually until I finish coding my stupid bot. So, okay. Welcome rules. Okay. Perfect. Supported channels. Voice, recordings. Exit. Game night. Peer support. Tickets. What the fuck? It's still showing up for some reason. Damn it. Oh, I know why it is. That's my fault. I'm dumb. So, edit channel. Permissions. Hide from everybody. So, there we go. So, I think that'll work. Also, I need to take a call anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and close this out. I'm going to post a link on Locals that has the Discord link, so you have access to it. So, but I'm going to go ahead and play this out real quick, and let me play the outro. And then, but yeah, because I'm getting a phone call I have to answer. So thank you guys for supporting. I'll see you later. Have a good one.
It's spooky.